Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Where are we here? There we go. Oh. Rosie's playing some Fallout. Why don't I just minimize that a little bit? You can kind of watch up in the corner there. Yeah, Rosie just picked up Fallout 76. Apparently it's playable now. It only took a while. But, yeah, so she got the PS4 version for $10. Hey, not a bad deal. And she's having a lot of fun. She's playing it with one of her friends. And, yeah, I have not played it yet. I've actually only played the third Fallout, so. You enjoyed the wait music? Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That was actually from the good old YouTube audio library. A little track called Slink by Dr. Momentum. Yeah, it's a good one. It seemed like a good sort of de facto theme for the Toxic Takedown. I'm not going to use it in the videos. I'm not really doing an opening sequence for that, other than the thumbnails and then the title. Just kind of quick and simple, and then get into the action, whatever it happens to be. So that's actually something we'll probably be working on today. Is obviously the new episode of She-Hulk dropped today. I watched it this morning with some of the folks over on Discord. And, yeah, and at long last, Daredevil finally appeared. So all the dude bros can chill. But, of course, as one would expect, despite... Oh, yes, thank you, Carlatin. As one would expect with these types of channels and whatnot. What? Oh, I have to do it over on YouTube. Hold on a second. Despite how wonderful the episode was and the fact that they finally got their beloved Daredevil in it, people are still like nitpicking and finding things to complain about, and I just don't get it. So as we were watching, we watched the episode, and then I watched sort of the first wave of videos that came up on YouTube from various fans. There seemed like way more positive ones, I will be honest. The sort of toxic fan base seems to be a vocal minority, with, unfortunately, the the larger following. I don't know why. People just enjoy getting mad about nothing. Like, I just don't get it. So anyway, with the Toxic Takedown is basically, doing my small part to counter that. In particular, not just saying, like, oh, that person's stupid and they suck. No, that's not what it's about. It's basically much like my old HD rants, where it's about... just trying to be something of a voice of reason, saying like, look, what you're being fed isn't necessarily accurate. And a lot of it is just solely being done to drum up outrage and like faux anger and such for clicks. And that's it. And everyone's just kind of playing right into their hands, which I think is unfortunate. Because it's rewarding these people for spreading the bad will, essentially, and spreading, in some cases, very destructive bad will, like full-on racism and homophobia and sexism and all this stuff, and really it's over the most innocuous things, like a TV show based on a comic book. Why is this such a subject of outrage for people? Now, I get it if something maybe doesn't quite conform to your personal, socio-political beliefs or whatever. That's fine. Then just don't watch it. It really is that simple. Just don't watch it if you don't like it. But I don't know. Maybe it's the stigma that this is like Marvel and it's the MCU, so they don't want to miss anything that's a part of the MCU for fear they're going to miss some vital piece of the saga and what. And I get that too. I understand, obviously. But the thing is like, I mean, a lot of these viewpoints are sort of like, oh, it's all woke now and blah blah blah. It's like, it's Marvel. Marvel's always been woke, like since day one. Do you even marvel? You know, I mean, the X-Men was an allegory for racism. Spider-Man is basically just about a guy trying to make ends meet. The Hulk is an allegory for man's battle with himself and, the inner demons that we all deal with and such. And She-Hulk is an extension of that, but from a female perspective, and so it's the same but different. So I don't know. It's weird. I have to watch it to know if I don't like it. Can only take you so far. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, the internet exists. You can just look up an episode summary on Wikipedia and see if it's something that sounds like you might vibe with it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, call me crazy, but generally, if I'm going to watch a show, I'll read a description of it first. Maybe look at a trailer and see if that's something that appeals to me. So, the allegory in Fantastic Four. Well, Fantastic Four doesn't really have an allegorical concept aspect that I know of. It's basically just the whole idea was it was a family that becomes superheroes. That had never really been done before. So with the early Marvel comics, it was basically just about taking regular people and putting them in extraordinary circumstances. So in the case of the Fantastic Four, it was just a family. In this case, you had Reed and his girlfriend at the time, or I guess fiance Sue, and then her brother Johnny, and then Reed's friend Ben. So they were essentially a family dynamic, and they all end up getting superpowers, and the rest is history. It was about making superheroes more relatable instead of just having them. The best description I heard was that DC Comics, stuff like Superman and Green Lantern and Wonder Woman and all that, they are gods who walk among us, essentially. Whereas Marvel is just regular folks, superheroes with day jobs, So just a little bit more relatable, I think. I think that's one of the things that why Marvel sort of resonated with me, like in terms of comic books growing up. More because these were just regular people, so I just found it more relatable. Funny enough, the DC comics that resonated with me more were along the same lines. Like, Batman, he's a regular guy, but he's also a multi-billionaire. So there's that. So he's a rich regular guy. But then there was also there's a series I've talked about quite a few times on my streams and done a few videos about them over the years. There was a great Green Arrow series written and drawn by Mike Grell back in the late 80s, early 90s. And that one was very grounded. It sort of took this hero that had walked alongside the gods who walk among us and fought alongside them in like the Justice League and stuff like that. But grounded him. It basically gave us a middle-aged Green Arrow who was just trying to deal with life and stuff like that, and his sort of on-again, off-again romance with Black Canary, and he was talking about, how he wanted to have kids, and she didn't want to have kids and bring them into that world, especially with their superhero lifestyle and stuff like that. And there's a lot of him just coping with a lot of midlife crisis stuff, but also getting back to basics, not using the trick arrows so much and things like that. And I just really liked it. I really loved that grounded aspect of it. Very urban. He fought a lot of like drug dealers and gangs and a little bit of international espionage stuff going on, but it was all very like, earthbound stuff. He was basically played like a modern day Robin Hood, and it had a very Marvel feel to it, honestly, because that's the kind of stuff that Marvel does. So, do I think Avengers 5 and 6 will blow Endgame out of the water? Hard to say. I mean, I'm pretty excited about Secret Wars. That was a hell of an event when it happened in the comics. Definitely looking forward to it. I mean, they've expanded the Marvel Cinematic Universe in terms of characters and whatnot sufficiently, and then by then we'll have the Fantastic Four and presumably the X-Men as well. So they can really do Secret Wars, like good and proper. I don't know how they're going to cram it all into one movie. It's a pretty big story. I don't know how far they're going to go with the story, because the original Secret Wars story, they had the 12-issue miniseries where the Beyonder basically kidnapped all the major Marvel heroes and villains and dropped them onto this planet that was constructed from pieces of other planets. So it had like a variety of environments, and he basically just wanted to sit back and watch them fight and just sort of try to understand humans, I guess, by watching superheroes just duke it out and see what they want. Because, of course, they have all their human foibles and such as well. I mean, yeah, they're super powered, but he knew that they were had human frailties as well. So he wanted to see how that would play out if you could just kind of put them all together into this almost fishbowl and just let them have at it. And so that was just this epic 12-issue event, and it was a lot of fun. It was great. That was actually where the whole rivalry between She-Hulk and Titania started. Did you know that? Yeah, the Secret Wars. That's where it started. That's ground zero for their fight, for their ongoing conflict. And then the following year, they did Secret Wars 2, which was one of the first, like, big, if not the, I think it was the first, actually, big, like, universe-wide crossover event, where you get the main 9-issue series, and then every month there would be several issues of the regular series of all the different comics that crossed over into it. So in that case, the Beyonder came to Earth, took on human form, and was trying to understand humanity on a more, ground level kind of thing. But using his near omnipotent powers to kind of mess with things. And so it's a huge story, is my point. So I don't know how they're going to cram it all into one. If they're just going to do the first one and just have them all duke it out on this alien planet while the Beyonder kind of oversees things, or if they're going to try to do both. I don't know. I mean, I could see... I could see them doing the Beyonder... Like do the main story as a movie, and then have the Beyonder just kind of wandering through whatever shows come out that year, and just kind of touching on all the different things, and then ultimately leading to some kind of, final story. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways they could tackle it. It's a big story, but we shall see. Hey, thanks for the super thanks, JL. And there you go. So. Yeah, and then we got Secret Invasion, which they've been setting up since Captain Marvel, which is pretty cool. As soon as I saw they brought the Skrulls in, it's like, they're going to do Secret Invasion. I thought they were going to do it a lot sooner, actually, but they got kind of sidetracked into all this multiverse stuff first, which makes sense. I mean, obviously they want to do something to bring all the Fox characters into the Pantheon. But... not the Pantheon from the Hulk comics. I just mean the Pantheon of characters, So, yeah, I mean, it should be fun. What's this? Hey, King of the Hill just came to Disney Plus in Canada. Cool. DC was always more gods living to be more human, while Marvel was more humans taking on the responsibility of having superpowers. Yeah, that's another good way of putting it, actually. Yeah, like Superman actually is a good example of that, where he's essentially a god, like his godlike powers, but is living as a human, like as Clark Kent and such, and trying to just live as a normal guy while also being quite extraordinary. Have a few of the Secret Wars seem like a good story. I need to finish it. Yeah, no, it's good stuff, yeah. Have I read the comics of She-Hulk? I've read a bunch of comics of She-Hulk, yeah. And that's actually wrong, Darkblade. The comic, or the show actually draws quite a lot on the comics. Specifically the Dan Slott run from 2004 to 2005. He wrote it for almost 3 years. He's the one who introduced GLK&H and the superhero law firm and stuff like that. And a lot of the vibe of the show is taken from that. It's also taken quite a bit from the 80s and 90s run of Sensational She-Hulk, which ran for 60 issues from the 80s to the 90s, originally started by John Byrne. So yes, I have read the comics, and in fact some of the comics are almost adapted directly in the show. So I don't know where people are getting that it's disrespecting the character of the comics, or that it's not based on anything, because that is absolutely wrong and easily verifiably wrong by reading the comics. You got to understand also there's been a lot of different iterations of She-Hulk over the years. I saw one of the videos I watched today was it that Star Wars girl or something? She does a lot of commentary on geek culture, and she was talking about the latest episode. And one of the things she said in that was, why didn't they adapt? Well, she was saying that basically, why didn't they adapt the comics? And she talked about, some of the storylines from one of the comic series, and I was like, what is she talking about? So then I went and looked at the Wikipedia article and realized she hasn't read any of the comics. She read literally the first paragraph of the Wikipedia article. And specifically, the storyline she was talking about was the storyline from the first 6 issues of the Savage She-Hulk, which was the first series of She-Hulk. Now, you gotta understand, the Savage She-Hulk is not the She-Hulk that we know. I mean, yes, it's technically the same character, but it's, in terms of the vibe and the story and everything, it's not the version that fans like. They've tried to bring back the Savage She-Hulk a few times over the years and failed pretty much every time. Pretty much every time the fans are like, yeah, we don't like this. Bring back the funny She-Hulk. So they bring back the funny She-Hulk, and oh, look, ran for another 5 years. That's what the show is. The show is based on the revitalized She-Hulk that came back as Sensational She-Hulk in the 80s and has been the sort of main version of the character that we've seen ever since. Now, there was a time when She-Hulk was a member of a couple of superhero teams, specifically Fantastic Four and the Avengers, and in that, she was more just kind of straight-up superhero character. Savage She-Hulk, she was basically just literally like a girl Hulk. There wasn't really much. I mean, the stories were fine for what they were, but I mean, it looks like pretty basic superhero fare. And you got to understand, the whole reason She-Hulk was created in the first place was because Universal was doing the TV series, and they were also doing the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman. So Stan Lee saw that and was like, what if they did a female Hulk, then, because seeing the female Bionic Woman, if they do the female Hulk, then they'll have the rights to that character. We should do a female Hulk first to make sure we retain the rights to a female Hulk character. And that's the only reason She-Hulk was created originally, was just so they would have the rights to a female version of the Hulk. They didn't want the TV show getting there first and snagging the rights from them. So Stan Lee literally wrote the first issue and set it all in motion, and then other writers took over for the rest of it. But that one only ran a couple of years. I think a lot of people bought it just for the novelty factor. Ooh, Girl Hulk, cool. But it really didn't do very well. It wasn't very well received, and it just kind of vanished into limbo for a while. So, no, they're not going to adapt that one because not very many people liked it. Simple as that. The popular version of She-Hulk is the one in Sensational, and the one that was later further refined and revitalized by Dan Slott in the 2004 run. So, the show is 110% based on the comics. If you don't think so, you've read the wrong comics. I mean, between Sensational and the Dan Slott run, we're talking almost 100 issues worth of She-Hulk comics. So, anyone who tells you differently either A, has never read any comics of She-Hulk, B, read the wrong paragraph in the Wikipedia article and jumped to a bunch of conclusions, or, I don't know what C would be, but those two mainly. So I'm falling behind here in my ramble. So I was gonna say, I've got actually have some comics right here. Mostly Hulk. I've got a stack of Hulk because Hulk is awesome. But the one you want to read, this just came out, is Sensational She-Hulk right here. It's volume 3 of the Epic Collection. I assume volumes 1 and 2 will cover the original series and the graphic novel which kicked off Sensational She-Hulk. But read this. Read this, and you will see that the show captures the vibe of the character perfectly. It really does. That's no spin. That's no shill. I've read the comics. And I'm telling you, the show captures the vibe perfectly and does In fact, I would even go so far as to say it is the most accurate adaptation of a character from the Marvel Universe that we have ever seen. Like, it is the most comics accurate, period. I mean, they even had her in her super outfit this time. But, I mean, whatever. The, costumes are costumes. But in terms of the character, the characterization, how she acts, how she behaves, the fourth wall breaking, the humor, the hypersexualization, the being unsure of herself and everything, all of that is straight out of the comics. 110%. And I have the comics next to me as evidence. So, James Borland says, to be fair, the Flash can be considered a regular guy who just so happens to have powers of a god and a superhero. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But, powers of a god, I mean, they're, well, more than just running fast. I mean, he can literally break the barrier of reality. So, Jeffrey Brown says, I like Marvel because everyone had human problems. DC always felt a little bit wacky, campy, abstract, and weird. I wish they would stop it with the constant reboots. I most like the DC animated universe is fantastic. Batman the Animated Series, Superman, Batman Beyond, Justice League, all those, yeah, those are great. There's still a ton of it I haven't seen, but I've seen most of Batman, chunks of Superman, chunks of Justice League. Yeah, I need to get caught up on all that. Funny thing is, I have it all. It's all on my shelf. I just got to find the time to sit down and watch it all. But yeah. Why does everyone keep asking me if I'm going to do a Werewolf by Night? I did a Werewolf by Night video. I did one. The same Halloween I did Man-Thing. It was like 1 week I did Monster Frankenstein. The next week I did Werewolf by Night. The next week I did Man-Thing. I did those three. The only reason I didn't do Tomb of Dracula is because Tomb of Dracula is still in the process of being published. There's a 6th volume coming out later this month. I don't know if they're going to do a 7th one. There's still a few things they could put into a 7th volume, so we'll see. But yeah, I did a Werewolf by Night video. I talked about the comics in depth. People actually complained that I said too much about the comics. So, I don't know. It's there. Just search my videos. The new well, it's just a special. It's not a full-on series, but yeah, I'll very likely do a video about it because I love the comics. Love the comics. It's such an epic story. I'm kind of surprised they didn't bring those collected editions back into print because they did that for Moon Knight. When Moon Knight came out, they reprinted the 3 Epic collections that they put out a few years ago. I don't know why they didn't do that with Werewolf by Night. Because it would have seems like it would have been a perfect tie-in. Where can you read the old school Marvel and DC comics? Well, I mean, there's a ton of collected editions that you can get. I mean, I like to buy the Epic collections because I like to have physical comics in my hand. But if you want sort of just a cheap and easy way to do it, and you're on a budget and you don't mind reading comics digitally, probably Comixology would be your best bet, actually, because they have all the old ones there and a lot of stuff that hasn't been reprinted in physical form yet. And they tend to be pretty cheap. I don't know if they have like a subscription where you can just read as many as you want or anything, or if you have to pay like buy the comic. I haven't really used it much, but yeah, that's what I would suggest if you want just sort of a quick way to dive in and get caught up on old comics. Especially, the problem is, like, as lovely as these Epic collections are, they seem to go out of print like super fast. So if you don't jump on them when they first come out, you're screwed, unless, and then it can be like 10 years before they do a reprint, Like, I think those Moon Knight ones came out in like 2014 originally, like 2014. So it's been like 8 years since they were last in print, and then they just brought them back into print for the shortly before the TV series came out. So, yeah. And yes, Tony Orpiano, the 90s Fox Batman animated series was the best. Absolutely, it was so good. So yeah. Anyway, I will likely do something about the Werewolf by Night special, because it's definitely what I'm looking forward to. And Man-Thing is in it, of course. I was really stoked. From what I hear, the sort of word on the street is that Man-Thing is slated to appear in 2 or 3 other Marvel projects as well. So I haven't seen anything about a solo Man-Thing thing. I would love a series of that. That'd be fantastic. Do it right this time. But yeah, so I have no idea what they're doing with him. He's just going to be a guest character for now, or what. So I don't know. Ever get a chance to watch? Oh, speaking of swamp creatures, Arthur Eld 19 asks, ever get a chance to watch the new Swamp Thing show from a couple years ago? Yes, I did. I watched it when it first came out, and then I bought the Blu-ray set. Yeah, sad it was only 10 episodes, but what a 10 episodes. Holy shit, that was such a good show. And I loved how, because I had just picked up, I had read most of the Bronze Age Swamp Thing comics. There was a few I'd never managed to pick up, but I'd since picked up the collected editions, the Bronze Age collected editions that they put out. It's a great read, by the way. It's 3 volumes. I think they're all still in print. Highly recommend checking those out if you like Swamp Thing. But the thing that I liked about it was it drew upon all different eras of the comics. Like, there were elements that were taken from the Bronze Age, elements that were taken from the beginnings of Saga of the Swamp Thing, specifically the Martin Pascoe run, which was the run right before Alan Moore took over. And that run, the Martin Pascoe run, I've always felt doesn't get enough love. It gets kind of overshadowed by Alan Moore's run. But Martin Pascoe did this wonderful, like, continuing story that just had so many twists and turns. It introduced the Sunderland Corporation, which, of course, factored into the TV show and stuff like that. And it looked like the TV show was taking bits and pieces from different eras and combining them. It was just starting to get into some of the Alan Moore stuff, and I assume would have explored it further had it continued. But, and then also just kind of created its own little world, you know? Oh, excuse me. It's already been a long day. But yeah, it was great. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. What? What do you want? Yeah. Oh, okay. What's up? What's up? Sticky and what? Oh, Rosie's sick today. She stayed home from school. I was asking physical. Okay, for the comics. Yeah, I would say if you're looking to get into the comics, I would say go with like the Epic collections and collected editions like this that collect together story arcs. You know, some of the bigger story arcs kind of stay in print. Like I think Planet Hulk and World War Hulk you can still get pretty easily. This is a more recent Epic collection, compiles some of the 80s stuff. This was the latest one that came out, more 80s stuff. Yeah, it's great, and they've got, but then earlier volumes, if we go all the way back, sorry, these are big, heavy editions, they actually go all the way back to the beginning, so the original comics of the Hulk and stuff like that, so if we just, yeah, right there. Number 1, the first appearance, right there. But yeah, it's great stuff. I love all these. I tend to read the Hulk ones as soon as I get them because I just, yeah, he's my boy. Love me the Hulk. So, yeah, so it's good stuff. Oh, trolls are funny. They make me larf. Larf. Making a slow cooker pot roast right now. Roast beef was on sale, so got a nice big one. Ugh. So, okay. So the guy who said the show doesn't respect the character of the comics, did he just leave? So after I said, well, actually... Oh, no, there he is. Hey, how's it going? Yeah. No, like, I mean, don't believe everything you hear. And that's kind of what the idea is with the Toxic Takedown, is I've noticed in recent years, in geek culture in particular, there seems to be a lot of misinformation out there. And a lot of stuff that's just kind of spouted without the people spouting it actually knowing what they're talking about. So I always try to back up what I say with information and facts and stuff that you can, further explore on your own, which I think is a healthier way to do it, rather than just say, this is the way it is because I say so. That's not what this is. If I say so, I'll say why I say so. Still here. Building Lego. Nice. That is such a freaking expensive hobby these days. I had no idea Lego was so expensive until I went to buy some for my daughter when she was younger. And, yeah, that's crazy. But, the little girl in the show started... Oh, yeah, that's right. God, literally haven't watched it since it was on. But, yeah, that's very true. Yeah. That whole storyline with that girl in the Martin Pasco run was so interesting. It, really took some unexpected twists and turns. It's good stuff. If you guys ever want to read that one, by the way, it's in volume 3 of the Bronze Age collection of Swamp Thing. It's good stuff. It was 19 issues, and they're all collected in there, which is great. Yeah, the Batman is getting a sequel, and that's good. What about the Haunted Sound Effects collection? Well, I haven't added anything to it, so there's nothing more to talk about with it right now, other than the 3 videos I did a couple years ago. It seems like most of the ones that I see around are ones that I already have, or, what's that? A 4th Star Trek movie from the reboot era? I don't know, I keep hearing rumors that there might be one in the works, or this, that, and the other thing, but there just doesn't seem to be any movement on it, so I don't know. The IR sensor on my VCR is dead. Well, I've got 2 VCRs sitting next to me here. Can I show you guys? Here. Yeah, I got 2 VCRs sitting right next to me here. Right there. And then my audio mixer. And that's that. So, we're both old. No, I never got the Laserdisc player fixed. Any recent Scream Factory releases that I want to get? Well, there's a bunch. The problem is lack of funds. It's been a really tight summer, so I haven't really been able to buy much of anything. But ones I would like to get, they did put out a few more Hammer releases, so I'd definitely like to get those. What was it? Nightmare, Paranoiac. There's a collector's edition of Vampire Lovers. I have the original release of that. What the hell was the other one? Nightmare Creatures, also known as Captain Blood. So, yeah, the Halloween 4K is also a good option if you missed out on the box set, because apparently they do carry over all the extras on that, so that's good stuff. Good stuff. Wow, quite a crowd here today. How's it going, everybody? So what did you all see the latest episode of She-Hulk? What do you guys all think of it? I thought it was great, personally. I mean, it was terrific to see Charlie Cox back as Daredevil. I know that was a big thing people were anticipating, of course. And they even had the Netflix theme, like this theme from the show. Yeah, that was great. Oh, you haven't seen it yet? Oh, okay. Are you waiting for the whole series to drop and then gonna watch it all at once? I know some people like to do that. You're a few episodes behind. Alright. I've seen a few scenes on TikTok, so I'm excited to watch it in the morning. Gotcha. Yeah, honestly, I mean, even some of the, some of the YouTubers I've been watching who are normally just full-on naysayers, even they seem to like it. So, I don't know. Really, Kralatin? You who watches it as soon as it drops. You watch it before I do. Any homages to the Bixby Fregner show? If there were, they were so subtle even I didn't catch them. I don't think there were. I don't think there have been, really. I mean, it's a very different it's a very different kind of thing. Although they do have Hulk in the first couple of episodes, you know, and so you get some of the dynamic of their relationship and stuff, which is fun. Oh yeah, no, she's great. She's terrific, and she's so funny. Like she really captures the vibe of Jen from the show, or from the comics. And then I've seen some pictures of the sort of body model they use for when she's in She-Hulk form, and she's massive, just like real life Amazon, pretty much. Like, it's amazing. I have seen the new Hellraiser trailer. Yeah, really excited about that one. That drops tomorrow, I think, doesn't it? Yeah, it comes out tomorrow. Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that one. Do that with all TV series, yeah. No, I know a few people that do that, Austin. It's just, you know, it's nice. You don't have to wait. Certain shows I'll do that, but others I tend to watch as they come out because I just can't wait. Moon Knight was one of those for me. She-Hulk was one of those for me. Yeah, for the most part, I did that with Miss Marvel as well. I fell behind the last couple episodes, so I did kind of a mini binge of the last couple episodes. But, Werewolf by Night. Oh, tomorrow, really? I didn't realize it was that imminent. Interesting. The Marvel Ultimate Alliance PlayStation 2 game. I think so, yeah. I don't really play fighting games much. It's not really my cup of tea, but... two of my favorite versions of Spider-Man and Black Widow are in the same continuity, but will never meet. Raimi vs. Spider-Man, not being able to meet Black Widow for obvious reasons is sad. Ah, yes, that's true. You got a slight boner watching the Mario trailer? That looks amazing. I gotta say. I just watched the Mario trailer, or the Super Mario trailer, shortly before firing up the stream, because I figured some of you would probably be asking me about it. It looks spectacular. Like they really turned it into just this amazing, vibrant, colorful fantasy world, you know. Just so much to take in visually, you know, just from that trailer. I imagine there's going to be breakdowns of people going through it a frame at a time, but I'm not going to go that in depth with it. But suffice it to say, I was impressed. I didn't know, like, when all I knew is they were doing a Super Mario movie. I didn't know what form it was going to take. It was going to be, like, all CG, if it was going to be a mix of CG and live action, like the Detective Pikachu movie was, or the Sonic movie. But no, it looks like it's just full-on CG. Just make a big cartoon world, you know? So, that's pretty cool. Why are they giving him a slight New York accent again? Are they? Did they? It's hard. Everybody's commenting on the voice. Like, what are you guys hearing that I didn't hear? I heard him say, like, 2 things. I swear he says, like, 3 words in the whole trailer. Like, it's so hard to tell what the voice is going to be like from so few lines, you know? I thought, like, I did notice a slight accent. I couldn't really place what the accent was. I just assumed Italian-ish. I don't know. New York accent. I mean, it was kind of, what is it, all the cartoons, I think, had that accent, didn't they? I can't remember if he had, it's been so long since I've seen Super Mario 3 and Super Mario World, I don't even remember what his voice was like in that. I mainly remember Super Mario Brothers, the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, where he had, like, a very New York accent. And then the live-action movie, Bob Hoskins, he had a New York accent. And then it was for years, we had, once the games actually started to give him a voice, where, you know, we had that capability, like with the N64 and stuff, then then we started getting the Italian Mario. It's a me, Mario, and he had this more kind of high pitched voice, whereas in the old cartoons it was more kind of gruff, like, "Hey, how you doing? I'm Mario." Well, maybe not quite like that, but
Hey, I'm a Mario.
it's a me, Mario. Hey, how's it going? Hey, hey, paisanos. So, yeah. Rose Red. That's one I gotta watch because I do love a good haunted house movie. That's the Stephen King one, right? Yeah. Chris Pratt's voice reminded me slightly of Lou's from the Super Show. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'd be down if they're going for that kind of voice. I have no problem with that. That's fine. I mean, I'm pretty sure most of us in this room are probably at least casual fans of the old cartoon, It was a good time. Might be a good time to rewatch some of those, actually. Kind of bone up on your Mario cartoon lore. Yeah. I'm the world's smartest person. I hate the toxic fans. Wow, you're the world's smartest person? Wow, I'm honored. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. That's excellent. I just generally hate toxicity in general. Whether it be toxic fans just kind of fueling outrage culture or just, people having toxic attitudes in general towards other people and things. It's just, there's no place for it, What is the point of it? It just fuels negativity. And, I think we have enough of that in our world without trying to create more of it. You have seen the new Hellraiser through a friend who gets early screening. Oh, yes, I remember you mentioned there. Is it fantastic? I would say no, but it is a step in the right direction and was considerably better than the home video sequels. Well, that's not saying much. And it was quite good, yeah. All right. I've not seen Lightyear, no. I'm very behind on Disney movies and Pixar movies. But, need to see World and 3. Okay, yeah. Love the Super Show and all its cheesy goodness. Yeah, it was fun. I'm glad I got those DVD sets that Shout Factory put out. Because apparently it's the only way you can get the majority of the live action intros. So... The Hellraiser comics, yeah. You're all caught up on Disney movies. Oh, you did a big marathon of Disney movies recently. I remember that, you madman. After Crow's horribly overdone Italian accent in Thor: Love and Thunder, anybody else's has to be an improvement. I haven't seen that one yet. I've heard mixed things, but 56 movies, Jesus, man, you maniac. The old Marvel Hellraiser comics, yeah, I think I remember seeing those around. I remember Clive Barker did a bunch of comics for Marvel. I have a couple of random ones. Which one do I have? I think I have Hokum and Hex, issue 1. I know he did some Nightbreed comics, and of course the Hellraiser ones. I forget who it was. Somebody notable was a writer on those too. I can't remember who it was. I just heard that recently too, and it escapes me who it was. Michael Jelinek works on Teen Titans Go, which I love. Also has a huge hate-dom. Oh, what, Teen Titans Go? Yeah, I know. They did. I actually have most of those Ren and Stimpy comics. I'm not sure if I have any of the Beavis and Butthead ones. I know I don't have any of the Rocco ones. I didn't get into Rocco until way, way later, basically when a viewer sent me the DVD set. It was, there was a lot of stuff in like the early to mid-90s that I just missed. Just because of life stuff going on at the time, and also it just, a lot of it didn't appeal to me. I was in my early 20s, so I wasn't really looking to watch new cartoons that much. The cartoons I would watch would be ones that were kind of geared towards older viewers, like Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead, and Batman the Animated Series, X-Men, stuff like that. The more sort of funny cartoons, even though as we know now, a lot of them had very subversive humor to them, they just didn't grab me at the time. So it wasn't until quite a few years later that I caught some of them in repeats, or like even SpongeBob. I was like really late to SpongeBob. Everybody's saying, "Oh, you gotta see SpongeBob, it's so funny." I'm like, "That's a show about the sponge guy?" Like, okay, whatever. But then I actually watched it, and I was like, "Okay, this is freaking brilliant." But yeah, and stuff like that. So it wasn't until later that I started to catch some of them on DVD or in repeats. And Rocko's Modern Life was one that I wanted to see after I started seeing clips popping up on YouTube about the subversive humor of it. That it just seemed really interesting to me. So I think it was it Frank? I think it was Frank of It's Frank YouTube channel sent me the DVD set of the complete series, and I powered through. I still haven't watched all of it, but I powered through about half of it in a matter of, a week or two, and just absolutely loved it. I gotta watch it again, actually, because the problem with binging is you forget things. Because you watch everything so fast, and it just all becomes a blur in your memory. It's just like one giant episode. So I'd like to go back and just kind of start over and watch it again. But I remember absolutely loving it and just laughing my ass off through the whole thing, so... yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, SpongeBob is great. I have the set of the first 100 episodes. I'd like to get the second set of the second 100 episodes. But, yeah. This is in the past 4 years catching up on about 2 decades worth of cartoons I missed out on. That's about it, right? Like, there's so much stuff out there. And it's only going to be more so as things go on, especially with all the streaming services now. There's such an overwhelming amount of content out there. All I can say is thank God most of them do short seasons now, so you can at least have some time to watch some of them, But oh, you didn't see SpongeBob? Oh, you're even later to the party than I was. Yeah, it was like, I don't know, early 2000s for me probably. Or no, I think the first time I saw SpongeBob actually was Rosie got a DVD of like 3 or 4 random episodes, and she watched it all the time, and that's how I ended up seeing it, was through this DVD. Rosie's my daughter, for those of you who don't know. She's a teenager now, but at the time she was a little kid and had one DVD of SpongeBob. It had like 4 episodes on it, and used to watch it all the time, and that's where I first really saw it. And then we started
Also Nickelodeon.
Yeah, well, and then later I had cable, so we had Nickelodeon, the Canadian version Nickelodeon, which just had endless repeats. So we'd just watch it all the frickin' time, and that was it. So Cartoon Network, yeah. Fairly Odd Parents, yeah. Fairly Odd Parents is fun. I got caught up on a lot of those shows because Rosie would put it on, and I'd end up seeing them there. So I saw, Fairly Odd Parents and some of Dexter's Laboratory and...
Didi!
Huh?
Didi!
And, God, I can't even remember. Oh, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. God, what even all are they? Strangely, Ed, Edd, and Eddy, I think, is one I still haven't seen. Like, I have no recollection of it at all, so I'm pretty sure I've never seen it. But yeah, so the the new one, yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that. I mean, it's such stylized artwork. Like, how are you gonna do that? And they did like whether it's like CG fairies or something. It's just weird. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. But so it just feels like owning TV shows. on physical media has become more and more pointless. Also, have you seen anything in your collection that has disc rot on it? I've seen it in mine. Occasionally. There'll be like the odd disc here and there. Not very many, though. Like, I have a couple of different ripper programs. So if I come across a problematic disc, I'll run it through a couple of different programs to rip the disc, and then I'll at least save the contents of it. So, yeah. Extreme Ghostbusters. Extreme Ghostbusters was so good. It really did not get enough love when it came out. Kylie Griffin, well, also smoking hot goth girl, so, you know. My favorite for obvious reasons. But, yeah, Extreme Ghostbusters was so good. It was such a great continuation of the real Ghostbusters, and really, like, went back to the roots of what made real Ghostbusters great back in its day. Like, when real Ghostbusters came out, one of the big things about it that the creators of it were trying to do, in particular Joe Michael Straczynski, who was the story editor at the time, is they really wanted to push the horror aspect of it and make it as scary as they could for kids. You know, like, just scary enough. So a lot of, especially the first couple seasons, like, a lot of the ghosts in it were, like, legit scary. Like, it's, like, proper horror. But also very funny, just like the movie was. So they really captured the spirit, if you will. Captured the spirit, get it? Of Ghostbusters very nicely. And then it kind of strayed over the years as it went. It went on for, like, what, 7 seasons? That's a really good run for a cartoon back then. It kind of drifted away, and it softened over time and just kind of lost its edge. So, but then when they brought it back in, what, 99 or thereabouts, with Extreme Ghostbusters, for me, someone who'd watched the original when it originally started, it just felt like it had gotten back to its roots, you know, and I loved it. I thought it was great. Like, but it was even scarier and more intense because now it was, you know, the late 90s, early 2000, or wherever it was, 99, I think it was when it came out. So it had an even more of an edge to it because now they could do more content-wise on television. And some of those episodes, like, just full-on horror. Like, it's such a good show. But it's great stuff. Yeah, I've got a few of the Vestron Blu-rays. Not as many as I'd like. I'd like to get more of them, but some of them are just a little pricey. I noticed the newer ones, they're not as expensive as the old ones were, but yes, not everything animated needs to become live action studios. Yeah, I know, right? Your Star Trek Season 2 set has it. A lot of your Clone Wars set. I had to rebuy it. Thankfully, a dehumidifier seemed to fix it. Oh, yeah, you gotta watch it with humidity, or if you're, like, near an ocean, the salt water, or, like, the salt in the air can affect it and stuff like that. So, such as haunted sound effects too is scary. Absolutely, it is. Yeah. Yeah, some of those, well, I think when I did those videos about the haunted sound effects tapes and CDs I have, I tried to include sections of them as we were talking about them. I think the only one I didn't was the Disney one, because Disney. But the other ones, like the sound effects tapes and CDs, I included in there. And wherever possible, if I could find them on Amazon, I included Amazon links. So if anybody wanted to get them for their collection, they could, and send a little kickback my way. Always appreciated. Yeah, Men in Black was another one. Yeah, Men in Black was another great series. Which again, the alien creatures in it very much reminded me of Real Ghostbusters and Extreme Ghostbusters, because they were pushing, like, almost a sci-fi horror vibe, in addition to being incredibly funny. The Men in Black series was so damn good. It was so well written and just captured that vibe so perfectly. Why do we still not have it on DVD? You know, it's so hard to find that one. Like, I can't even, it's not even on YouTube. Like, there's a handful of episodes, I think, but that's about it. I have a Region 2 set of the first season, and that's all, as far as I'm aware, that's all that's ever been officially released. It was Season 1 on Region 2 DVD, and that's it. Yes, I have those. I have the Mummy series and the Godzilla 98 series. And, oh, is it seriously? It's being uploaded officially? Sweet. Thanks for the heads up on that, Grant. I will definitely have to grab those. It's about time. Yeah, they did that actually with Extreme Ghostbusters. I'm assuming that's where some of you guys saw it. The official Ghostbusters YouTube released like an episode a week for a while prior to the new movie coming out, as well as a big selection of real Ghostbusters episodes. So, nice way to check them out. Megas XLR, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So anyway, Throwback Tunes, a YouTube. Oh, okay, I'll have to check that out. I'm gonna check that out right now, actually. Just hold on a second here. By the way, guys, don't forget to join our Discord if you haven't already. I can't pull up the link. Well, it's in the description of most of my videos. And yeah, Rosie's just been sneezing her brains out all day. How you doing there, kiddo? You gonna live? Oh, she's about to sneeze again, I think. Okay. Rose, Roman says Rose is gonna sneeze for about 30 minutes now. I know, right? Retro rerun. Oh, really? Oh, neat. Good old Nelvana. This guy finally go away? Okay, good. Sorry, I just got into it with somebody on one of my videos today. I mean, to be fair, it was a pretty civil discussion, but he definitely had a bit of a hostile vibe to his tone. I don't appreciate that. Don't appreciate it. You know. So I'll just try to be civil here. Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize y'all's neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. Thriller night. Yeah. Perfect. Nailed it. Finally saw the original 2000s Teen Titans series when it came on. Yeah, that's one I still need to pick up, actually. I've not seen any of it. And everybody tells me it's great. What the fuck was that accent? It was Vincent Price, couldn't you tell? Raven is the best Titan. Yes. Have you seen Titans, the live-action series? I watched the first season of that. I thought it was awesome. I gotta get caught up with it. I did finally watch Cloak and Dagger. I hadn't, I kept forgetting there was a Cloak and Dagger show. So. Are they in, like, a nightclub? I forgot I can put the screen on in front of me and I can see Rosie's game on the big screen in front of me. Haha. Bruh. I also enjoyed the Titans show overall, although I despise its take on Batman. Was that what's-his-face from Game of Thrones? I remember you saying you didn't like that one. Was he even Batman in that? I thought he was just Bruce. And not in it very much, because it's more about Robin and the gang. Okay. See, I have no thoughts on that, because I didn't see that part of it. I only saw the first season. So, Need to see Titans. I love the OG cartoon because it was dark, but also cool. Teen Titans Go because it's so stupid yet humorous. Yes. Exactly. Unlike Thundercats Roar, which was just a fucking abomination. Don't let it be said that because I'm against toxicity that I just blindly like everything. Oh no. There are some things I legitimately despise. And Thundercats Roar would be one of them. Vincent Price. The Haunted Man. Did you do something for the Haunted Mansion? Huh. I've seen a little bit of it. I have the Blu-ray set. I've been wanting to actually sit down and do a full rewatch / watch what I've never seen before of the original series. But it's 130 episodes, so it's a bit of a long haul. And it seems like every time we start, we get through most of the first season, which is the first 65 episodes, and then we never get back to it. So I wanted to watch all of the original first, and then watch the new one. One of these years, I will get to that. Oh, I know. It was absolutely... Everybody hated it. I mean, like, the OG fans hated it. And even people who generally like that kind of show hated it. Because even, like... It just wasn't funny. Yeah. It's like, if you're going to do a comedy, make it funny. But it was just goofy, and like everybody was scratching their heads like, who the hell is this show even for? I mean, it's obviously not for the OG fans because it's just an insult to them. And you know, kids today aren't gonna resonate. It's not gonna resonate with them. They don't know who the fuck the Thundercats are. My daughter knows because she's my daughter, and I make sure she knows about all the old '80s cartoons and stuff. But even she was, at the time, she was in the target demographic. And she looked at it and she's like, what the fuck is this? You know, like, it was just such... Like, I don't even know how that got greenlit. And I was like, why didn't they just bring Thundercats 2011 back? Or try another serious reboot? It's like, oh, they tried that, it didn't work, so they're trying a comedy reboot now. It's like... How about just no reboot? How about we just let it be dead now? You know? He was. Didn't he play Jaga or something? I forget. But I remember in the 2011 one, he plays Lion-O's father. In that I knew. You're talking about Larry Kenney. That's his name. But yeah. Thundercats Roar, it was the one that was like a goofy comedy. It had that sort of, that Cal Arts over stylized jelly bean like characters kind of art style to it, which is so diametrically different than you know, the previous Thundercats shows, which had more realistic characters. The newer one was more kind of almost anime styled, but still more realistic, you know. I don't know if they were trying to go for what they do with some animes, where they'll do like a chibi version of it or whatever. But the thing is, usually when they do those, they'll do a chibi version. Like, for example, Attack on Titan, right? So we have Attack on Titan, and then we have Attack on Titan Junior High, which is like kind of a silly comedy series based on it, and something where you'd probably only get it if you'd seen the main series. But anyway, they do stuff like that all the time. I mean, it was Gundam. They did SD Gundam, Super Deformed Gundam, where it's all like chibi characters, and they do that all the time. But the thing is, when they do those in Japan, it's done concurrently with the serious show as well. So it's not like So the thing is, I think a lot of us Thundercats fans were like eager for some kind of reboot. I mean, we've had all kinds of other stuff like comic books, and there's been some great comic books over the years. Um, and we just kind of wanted another someone to take another crack at it and do, you know, a proper reboot of Thundercats or continuation or something. And instead, we got this like goofy Cal Arts comedy series that was just such a slap in the face to all these fans who'd been waiting so long for something substantial again. Meanwhile, you see other 80s franchises, like, I mean, look at fucking Voltron, you know? It's had like 3 reboots over the years. There's Voltron the Third Dimension, there's Voltron Force, which was pretty good, and then there's Voltron Legendary Defenders on Netflix, which people have just been raving about. Absolutely raving about it. So, why does Thundercats get shafted, you know? So, DC Superhero Girls. Yeah, see? See, like, okay, so they do that. Did people get all up in arms over DC Superhero Girls? Like, oh, what's this woke stuff? All girls, blah, 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 blah. Was there anything like that? Not that I recall. People didn't seem to give a shit. It's like, cool, superhero girl team. Awesome. So why do people have such a problem with She-Hulk? This is what I don't get. I don't get it. Why is Amazon's Blu-ray search so fucked up? I don't know. But I know what you mean. It's sometimes a pain in the ass to find stuff on there. There's 2 different DC Superhero Girls shows, a web series and an animated show that aired on Cartoon Network. Yeah, I think Rosie got a comic of that. They had an issue. There was a free comic book day one, and she grabbed that. It's pretty good. I took a flip through it. I thought, like, oh yeah, this is cool. You know, I mean, it's very much geared towards younger readers. But no, I thought it was, you know, very nice, colorful artwork, and I thought it was pretty cool. I never saw the show, but you know. Oh, and sorry, Kevin Cosmo, I missed your question there. He says, hi, Sean, did you have any ranting fuel prior to this stream? I did not. I should probably at least get a coffee, actually. Well, actually, I did have some potato chips. Some Lay's. And, I do have a pot roast going in the slow cooker. I should check on that, actually. It's been there a couple hours. While I do that, I'm going to just grab some coffee here. So why don't we just take a short break, and we will come back. What do we got here? Huh. I know what I can do. I can put on some music that I guarantee you've never heard before in your entire life. The other day, Vermin Art and I were experimenting on a site. You know how they have AI-generated artwork, right? Well, they also have sites where you can do AI-generated music. That's right. All art will be made by computers before you know it. So let me put on a few random tracks here. And I'll just take a short break, make some coffee, have a smoke, etc. There we go. Alright. Oh, excuse me. Clearly I need a smoke. Alright, here we go. So I will see you guys in about 10-15 minutes. So go take a pee if you need to. Grab a snack or whatever. And I will see you shortly. Don't touch that dial. Enjoy the tunes, the soul of the machine. And we're back. And I have coffee. Oh, sweet coffee. Is that actually your character on the card there?
Yeah.
Cool. Rosie recently picked up Fallout 76 for the PS4. It was on sale. So, we are fictional fans. So we don't exist? Are we just the product of someone's imagination? Wouldn't surprise me.
I poured this into this, and then dip my snot in it, and then pour it on this, right?
Yeah, something like that. There's a thing. It has you put it on the little circle thing. Rosie's doing a COVID test.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
She was over at a friend's place recently and has since felt rather under the weather, so she's doing the test.
The test sounds like I'm taking a pregnancy test.
Yeah. Thankfully, we're well, me
pregnant.
anyway. I'm a bit of a shut-in anyway, so no harm done if I got to stay inside for a bit. Just order groceries in, I guess. But just such a pain. We are triple vaxxed. We haven't had the latest booster though. That's something we should probably get done. But if you've got the COVID, then we'll have to wait a little bit before we can get that done. But yes, we are fictional fans. Our fans, I know about the toxic. Yes, sadly, there seems to be a very vocal minority. They are in the minority. There's no question about that. But a lot of people listen to them, and that's unfortunate.
Same swab?
Huh?
Do you do both?
I think so. Yeah. Just get it right up there.
Yeah.
You gotta get it right up there and like twirl it around. Yeah. I've done it before. It's annoying, but it's nice to have the in-home tests.
Do I have to shake it?
I think so. Yeah, you kind of mix it around a bit. But yeah, and that's the whole purpose of the Toxic Takedown, is to kind of provide an alternative to that, and deal with some of these hot button topics in geek culture, whatever's going on that week, and at least stuff that I know about. I'm not going to talk about things that I don't know about, obviously, because that's just silly. I'm not going to be doing stuff just for the clicks. I mean, obviously, I hope that there will be a decent viewership, but I don't need it to be millions of people. I mean, it's as nice as that would be. It just a decent viewership of people who are willing to listen to sort of the other side. And the problem I have with a lot of it is, what is this? Can't stand geeks. I'm a proud nerd. Get your lives together. Well, what is it? The traditional definition of a geek goes back to like the freak show days of the circus, and the geek would be the one who bites the heads off live animals and stuff like that. So, yeah, chicken heads. But so what was this? Seen Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers made a video where supposedly someone involved with the Mario Brothers movie said that if you don't see the new Mario movie, you're homophobic. What? How does that even make any sense at all? Is that, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't like to point fingers too much, but honestly, that group is one of the worst that I've come across. they're not all terrible. Like I was watching, was it Ryan Kimmel, RK Outpost? I watched his video on when the Daredevil clip dropped yesterday, and it was actually a pretty the Bros movie. Sorry, his Mario Brothers trailer came out today. I thought that's what you were talking about. I don't know that one, but I'll have to look into it. But but like his video on the clip was pretty level-headed. Honestly, like I was kind of surprised. The only real complaint he had about it was the CG, which has been an ongoing complaint with She-Hulk and some of the other Marvel stuff. And I mean, I'll be honest, it's not on the same level as the movies, obviously, and I fully did not expect it to be on the same level of the movies because, I mean, it's a different market. It's a different it was a different part of the studio, and they don't have as much time and as big a crew to do the effects. So I mean, under the being aware of that, under the constraints that they are under, I mean, I think they're doing as good a job as they can. Honestly, like for example, people have been complaining about the CG in She-Hulk because I mean, of course, it's a very CG heavy show. The main character is a CG character, right? When she's in Hulk mode. But then they said, well, there was the first episode which also has Hulk in it, and they said, well, Hulk looked fine. Why couldn't they make She-Hulk look better? It's like, well, yeah, you know why Hulk looks fine? Because they already have that model from the movies. All they do is take the model from the movies, plop it in the show, and apply the new mocap from the new performance. But otherwise, it's the same model that was in the movies. They didn't have to do a new model. With She-Hulk, it's a whole new model that they had to do from scratch. So it's and on a TV budget with TV time constraints. So yeah, it's not going to look as good. But I guarantee you, like, each subsequent time we see that character appear in something, it will look better. It will continue to improve as they, reuse and tweak and further refine that model. So, yeah. So I guess in a way that's kind of the problem with introducing some of these characters in the TV shows rather than in a movie, meaning they don't get as big a budget treatment as, say, they would in a big movie. Because previously we'd had introductions to all these characters in movies. They'd have their solo movies, and then have the big team up movie as the big event one. But so they just had bigger budget, more money, more time, and they weren't doing as many of them. They were doing like 2 or 3 a year. But right now, I mean, they're still doing the movies, 2 or 3 a year, plus TV shows, which factor into the same overall continuity. So I mean, they're just pumping out way more product right now. I mean, it's a sweatshop. There's no question about it. So yes, the quality of the effects are going to suffer somewhere along the line, and unfortunately, that is the shows. Now you look at Moon Knight. I actually thought the CG in Moon Knight was pretty fucking good, And to be fair, it was a little more. It was more in towards the end of the series where you got more of the gods appearing and stuff like that, and they were all CG characters. But but yeah. So as this Joe says, I'm not gonna lie, I don't watch movies, but the Bros trailer was actually kind of funny. There does seem to be some funny stuff in it, but it's gay, literally. So I'm like, meh, I'll keep my $30. I'd have watched if she were an accountant, but let's face it, lawyers are some soulless mother effers. They can be, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we've had a long history of TV lawyers, I mean, good old Perry Mason back in the day, and Law and Order, of course, great series. Better Call Saul, which I now that it's over, I'm probably going to binge that. I did the same thing with Breaking Bad. I basically waited until it was pretty much done and then binged the whole damn thing, and no regrets. That's easily, very deservedly has the reputation as being one of the all-time greatest TV shows ever made because it is. Also, one of the most satisfying final episodes I've ever seen. So good. But Columbo, love Columbo. Yeah, I have the DVD set of Columbo. He's really one of the all-time greats. But I like a lot of the private detective characters too, like the ones that are, just fun characters, like Rockford Files. Love Rockford Files. And hello, Eric Jenny. I said your name. You're famous now. And Magnum PI. Magnum is a very Rockford-like character. He's kind of like the 80s Rockford in a way. Very similar kind of character, sort of lovable, good-looking guy who's still kind of the lovable loser. Like, he just never catches a break, It's the same thing with Rockford. I like both of those. But, and then other cop shows, NYPD Blue, I think, is terrific. That's one there's still so much of it I haven't seen. It ran for 12 seasons. But I watched the first 2 or 3 seasons pretty religiously when it was originally on, and I just loved the grittiness of it and the depth of the characters. How a lot of them, just had really interesting flaws to them, and a lot of personal demons they were dealing with in addition to just trying to do their jobs. It was good stuff. But yeah, Columbo's one of the all-time greats. Love Columbo. Yeah. Terrible but amazing. Well, it's one of those cases where you're essentially seeing the story of the bad guy. Hi, how's it going?
It's a negative so far, but I'll wait the 15.
Okay, well that's good. Yeah, it's probably just a cold, sweetie, I think, because I don't think you don't really seem to have the usual symptoms for it. So
yeah,
just seems like you got a bad case of the sniffles. Hey, you. Where are you going?
I'm gonna investigate the coffee, probably.
Are you investigating? Where are you going? Make a decision. Are you just gonna sit right there?
He likes sitting on mouses for some reason.
He's sitting on my mouse. What are you doing?
Like right on the mouse.
You just gonna be a loaf on the mouse? Hello.
Hello.
Hello there. This is Church. He's
very curious.
One of our new family members. He's been with us since, what, April, thereabouts?
No.
May?
No.
June?
Like...
We got him when he was...
June, I think,
like 2 months old, I think.
No, he was more than 2 months. He was like 3 or 4.
3 months? Alright.
I'd say between June and August is when we got him.
Yeah. I could probably go back through the old streams.
He's looking right at the camera.
He's staring into your soul. Yeah. But the thing is, like with Breaking Bad...
Did we get him in June?
Jordan seems to think June.
I think we got him in June.
You could probably go back to your posts and find out. But yeah, I was going to say Breaking Bad is one of those cases where it's like a lot of people idolize the character, but really he's not someone to be idolized. Kind of like like the Punisher or Rick from Rick and Morty. Like people sort of latch onto them for the wrong reasons. But yeah. This is I'm all for the bad guys. I'd love to write a movie script. Joker started moving in the right direction, but they didn't want to go too far. Too many crazies out there for that. Yeah, I really liked Joker, actually, just because of the... it was really interesting, like to me, to see the mental health angle, and how they showed that. How basically, obviously, kind of an exaggerated take on it, but the whole idea that there's a lot of very broken people out there that just don't get the help that they need, and I thought it was a really interesting kind of extreme take on that. Even Law-Abiding Citizen, they cleaned it up at the end. Such great potential, and they screwed him over in the end. Sorry, spoiler alert. Yeah, Joker 2 being a musical. Well, it's the thing is it going to be a musical? I don't think it's going to be a full-blown musical. I think it'll have maybe some musical aspects to it, They're saying because Lady Gaga is going to be in it, there's going to be a musical. But I mean, she does acting too, like just straight up acting. She's a very versatile performer. But I don't think it's going to be a full blown musical. I think they'll have her do a few musical numbers or something. But yeah. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Oh, I think he's watching the screen. I have the Fallout game up on the big screen in front. And he's just kind of watching it spinning around. Aren't you? What you doing? What you doing? Oh, that's it. Okay, bored now. Where you going? Don't knock my computer over. Alright, down you go. Go on. There you go. A musical about your life? Would it be primarily composed of fart sounds? All about reruns and cleaning crappers, yes, and earbud theater. But yeah, I know what you mean, Joe, about like some movies will kind of start off with the with a strong kind of edgy idea, but like you say, they kind of wuss out in a way. I felt like Breaking Bad didn't really wuss out. I felt like it kind of stayed true to itself, Walter went down a very dark path over the course of that series, and I thought it kept it pretty honest about, where he went and how he kind of dealt with everything. But I've heard that a lot of people have been telling me that Better Call Saul is even better. So I'll have to check that out. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there. Tomorrow for me is Edinburgh Comic Con. Nice. Can't wait to meet Peter Cullen and Frank Welker, Optimus Prime and Megatron themselves. Nice. Yeah, okay, said that before. But I'm excited. How often do people get to meet voice actors like that? Oh, I know. They're fucking legends. Frank Welker was like the voice of my childhood. He was in absolutely everything. For anyone who doesn't know who Frank Welker is, look him up on IMDb. His credits list is like 20 miles long, and I guarantee you, you'll know. What?
I have a dad joke.
Okay, Rosie has
How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh?
How many?
How many tickles?
How many tickles?
10 tickles.
10 tickles. Oh my god.
Also, that was so cute.
Let's show the derp. Alright. Yeah.
10 tickles.
This is Holly Weird has to pull back. The worst they get into is gore porn, but that's very different than exploring the darkness. Yeah. Like House of a Thousand Corpses, gory, but not that same darkness as Joker. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Like, I've always said that true horror, like truly effective horror, is the kind that gets under your skin. The kind that stays with you long after the movie's over. The one that you still think about months later after seeing it. It really just kind of sticks with you. It affects you in some way. Disturbs you. And but gore is just gore. People say, oh, it's so scary. It's like, really? So what do you mean by that? Well, it was so gory. It's like, but gore isn't scary. It's just gross. It's messy. But I mean, blood, guts, and entrails washes off. Real horror stays with you. So the psychological side of it, which is why a lot of horror movies that I've found scary or affecting are ones that aren't particularly gory. They're just scary in their way. Like as a kid, one of the scariest movies I remember seeing was the original Haunting, where it doesn't show very much. In fact, it shows next to nothing. But it gets really deep into the psychology of it, where you're not 100% sure if the house actually is haunted or it's all in the head of the main character, and it's left kind of ambiguous. This is why I was really disappointed with the remake that they did in the 90s. Some great production design in it. Great cast of, modern popular actors at the time. But it totally missed the point. It turned it into just a CG extravaganza. And it's like, but that wasn't what made the original so good. The reason the original was so good was because of what they didn't show you, how much they left up to your own interpretation, and really get into the psychology of it. Like, is it haunted or is she just crazy? Another one was The Innocents, based on The Turn of the Screw. That was another great psychological horror story, ghost story, where again you're like, are there actually ghosts, or is she just crazy? And it's great stuff. Everybody tells me that remake's really good. I haven't seen it. I'm so behind on the Texas Chainsaw movies. I've only ever seen the first one, but remake of Texas Chainsaw. And see, the first one is another example. People remember it as being gory, but it actually isn't. It's very they suggest a lot and leave it all up to your imagination, but you swear you saw that. You saw like Leatherface dismembering that guy, but he's not. You don't actually see it. It's all implied, which I think makes it a lot more scary. So as a remake of Texas Chainsaw, Jessica Biel sticks with me. It was just a good movie at an impressionable age. Not too gory, but conveyed the point. Sometimes people get hacked up by crazies. Well, yeah, and the thing is, you see how many serial killer documentaries there are on Netflix. Yeah, sometimes people just get hacked up by crazies. So that's something. Yeah, a good horror movie implies things. So that's the thing is, and that's the point a lot of people miss with horror movies is a lot of horror movies just plain aren't scary to me. I still enjoy them, if they have an interesting premise or story, or I'll admire the quality of the gore effects or something, or the creativity of the kills or what have you. But they're not terribly scary, like the Friday the 13th movies, for example. They're fun. The characters, and they seem very self-aware of what they are, and they're kind of having fun with it, and just. It's very over the top and silly, but it has a decent enough continuing story and stuff like that, and they're just fun. But I wouldn't call them particularly scary. Yeah, I'd like to get all the Child's Plays, actually. That's another one I'm woefully behind. I've only ever seen the first one. Love the first one. I'd like to see the sequels. I'd like to see the series that they did recently. I heard that's really good. So that's that. But yeah, in terms of things like that, it's when it's more kind of grounded like that, I find that can be scary. A recent example actually was Unfriended, the two Unfriended movies. The first one goes in a more supernatural direction, and it's all right, it has its moments. But the second one is all about the dark web and just evil people doing things to other people, and that to me was scarier because it's more plausible as something that could happen, So I like that stuff. The remake of It, yes, that was so good. Oh yeah, and anytime I see something that happens to like kids, that always affects me. Probably more so since I became a parent. It really changes your perspective on things. But yeah, I really enjoyed the remake of It. But yes, the scene with Georgie was definitely a rough start. That's for sure. But it definitely sets the tone. They were able to push things a lot farther in that version than they were in the old TV miniseries version, for obvious reasons. But I like both versions just because I think it's a terrific story. It's a really well done story. But yeah, but the remake was really well done. Did you ever get around to seeing the rest of it, or was that it? You were just done after that scene? I definitely recommend checking out the rest of it at some point. I thought it was really good. And what's his face? Bill Skarsgård was just so scary as Pennywise. He really, really just nailed that character. Heck yeah, the depths of the dark web. Oh, Hostel. Yeah, that's another good example. Yeah. See, that one, like, people remember Hostel for the wrong reasons. They remember it as being torture porn, or what. I hate that term because it's just so... It creates a stigma that isn't necessarily accurate in the films that are described with it. But the thing that I thought was effective about that, as much as we were talking about it, is it was people doing horrible things to other people, and it really got into the meat of it too. Like the scene where the guy is one of the main characters is tied up in the chair, and the guy is like, has paid to kill him, and he and you can tell he's like, nervous about it or having second thoughts about it, and he's kind of like shaking and stuff, and but he really wants to have the experience, and then the guy starts pleading with him in German. And he's like, well, you said he was American. Why is he speaking to me in German? And then it's like... it's such a scary idea that you just go off on vacation somewhere and end up getting spirited away to some underground, hovel or whatever, and tortured to death. And nobody will ever find you, and nobody will ever know what happened to you. Like, it's such a terrifying concept. But yeah, that's like Hostel when it came out. It was like a major milestone for films here in the U.S. It's like rich people doing stuff like that. Oh yeah, exactly. Well, the Purge movies kind of touch on that as well, where it's literally the rich having license to just massacre the poor for sport on Purge night. That's part of it. It's a much bigger world than that. But that's one aspect of it that they touch on. But yeah, it showed those two guys talking about it and everything. It was like an early Epstein Island-ish. Like, let's get real. That movie was sending some messages out before it came out. Yeah, no, it was things like Hostel happening. Well, I'm sure they do, and I'm sure a lot of it was based on sort of urban legend about that sort of thing. I still haven't seen the sequel. I have the double feature Blu-ray. I've been meaning to rewatch the first. I watched the first one a few times because it was very impactful, I thought, and I thought it was very scary because it was just so visceral and plausible. Yay, no COVID. Thank goodness. Rosie's just got a cold. But yeah, it's pretty scary shit. Yeah, Purge was definitely different. We didn't have that same feeling. No, it does. Well, it doesn't. Yeah, the first one is more kind of a, house under siege. The second one, they each take a different spin on the concept. Basically, the core of it is, of course, Purge Night. But like the first one is basically focuses on just one family trying to survive as some of their neighbors are trying to kill them. So it's like a house under siege story, or a home invasion story. And I thought it was good as that. But then the second one takes it to the streets. So there's a bunch of people that are stuck outside in the middle of all the chaos during Purge Night. And it plays out almost more like an action movie. And then the third one has like a political angle where there's, one of the rules was originally you can't assassinate any political figures. But it turns out this one woman who's up for election has been targeted for assassination on Purge Night. So there's that whole spin on it. And then they did the first Purge, which was about the first time that ever happened and how people reacted to it and how it all kind of started and stuff. So it's an interesting series because each one kind of takes the same basic concept, but shows you a different angle of it, So I like that. I have not seen The Road, no. Yeah, Hostel is scary, and stuff like Unfriended Dark Web. I don't know if you've seen that one, but I definitely recommend it. Oh, another one would be The Den, which is very similar to Unfriended Dark Web. It came out a few years before. But same kind of idea where it's like people, being taken off to these, torture rooms or whatever for the amusement of the audience, and they pay for stuff but to be done to them. And Scary shit. And hey, thank you, Joel Morford. Sorry, I was in the middle of a bunch of stuff there. Hi, Z. My brother just watched the Elm Street films with me for the first time. His two favorites were 4 and 2. Interesting. What's your fave from the series? I like 1 and 3, probably. 1 I have a lot of nostalgia for because it was one of the first sort of proper R-rated horror movies I saw when I was like 13. And I remember seeing it, showing it to a friend of mine. He came over for a sleepover. And I left the room to go and... she's playing Afterlife. Yeah, that's what I need to play. Left the room to go get some snacks, and it was right before the bathtub scene in 1. And I came back down, and he turned the tape off and was just like, sort of like rocking back and forth in the chair. He's like, if you turn that movie back on, I swear to God, I'll leave. And then, so we just kind of we turned all the lights on, and we just chatted and had some snacks and hung out for a bit, and then eventually we watched the rest of the movie. But the third one I love just because I think it takes the whole concept of the dream world and everything to the next level, and some of the nightmare sequences are really creative, and it's a fun set of characters, and it's just a really satisfying sequel, and it feels more like a direct continuation of the first one. And then I also really like New Nightmare, just for the whole meta aspect of it, like the movie of the making of the movie within a movie, and it's like, it just gets so, just like how the original kind of blurs the line between dreams and the waking world. New Nightmare kind of took that concept and turned it on its head, blurring the line between what's real and what's the movie, So I like that. Yeah, I started watching the TV series. I need to get back to it. And I don't think... Yeah, there was the Forever Purge. I haven't seen that one yet. I need to get that one. I really like those movies. It's a fun series. But, and yes, Evil Nerd, pretty much anything from A24. They just really... I think they're just really choosy about what projects they take on because they want to maintain a certain level of quality, right? And I don't think I've ever heard of a bad movie coming out of A24. They just seem to knock it out of the park just about every time, It's good stuff. Oh, the old one with the snap. I remember that one. Yeah, it's like the sort of brown motif. Is that the one with like the labyrinth game where you have to navigate the labyrinth to find the extras? I remember reading about that. I never had that set, but yeah. This game that Rosie's playing is one called Afterlife. It's about a couple of friends who die and end up going to hell, and they try to have like a drinking contest with the devil to get out of hell, or something like that. But it's very tongue-in-cheek and dialogue-driven. It's from the makers of one called Oxenfree, if you ever saw that one. It's very similar, basically the same kind of structure, very dialogue-driven, and a lot of tongue-in-cheek humor and stuff like that. Yeah, the uncut Nightmare 5. Well, it will only ever released on VHS and Laserdisc, and sadly, most of the additional footage no longer exists, apparently. So that's that. They're purposefully odd, yeah. Well, because they're trying to they're trying to do interesting things, to bring some creativity back to mainstream cinema. And speaking of horror, like I honestly feel like we're kind of on the cusp of a new golden age of horror, because it seems like there's just so much creative stuff coming out now, like genuinely trying to do something different. We had things like The Witch, and It Follows, and The Babadook, and what else? Get Out, and Nope, and Hereditary, and Midsummer. The recent Invisible Man movie from Blumhouse. And a lot of the stuff that Blumhouse is doing. Now they have their cinematic universe with the Conjuring movies, and also they have the Insidious movies and stuff like that. And I just feel like there's, we're getting a lot more creativity. Everything doesn't feel so cookie cutter, you know. So I mean, love it or hate it. But yeah, there's Malignant. There's that new one, Barbarian's supposed to be really good. What was that other one? X, which just got another movie, and there's a third one in the works. Yeah, there's Don't Breathe. Um, yeah, there's just been so many. Like I'm so far behind. Like there's so many that I still need to check out. Um, There's that one that another one, sort of desktop horror one along the lines of Unfriended and stuff like that. Host from Shudder. That one was really good. That was like really intense, and that was all done in lockdown apparently, but very well done, like very effective. It was all done through a Zoom call, but it works phenomenally well. Like it's very good, very tense. Hmm. Pearl, that's what it was. Yeah. And Don't Breathe. Um, Anthony Daniels and Ewan McGregor. There you go. Very nice. Yeah. Lord, I'm in heaven. That's tough to think about. That's what I mean. Hostel. That just hits hard, especially this day and age when it's like, yeah, there's some messed up rich people. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's completely within the realm of possibility. Like bored billionaires. I mean, you think you mentioned like the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. Well, that's basically what that was. Except in that case, it was like a frickin' sex palace full of minors. Like that's some fucked up shit. So, but who? I mean, if they're doing shit like that, and there's still stuff like that going on out there. We just don't hear about it because I mean. Some of them aren't as big a public figure as Epstein was, but that stuff's still going on out there, and so is it that unreasonable to think that some rich people would spirit people away that nobody's going to notice are missing, and to basically have like a most dangerous game situation or what have you, and just hunt them for sport or torture them to death or whatever? I mean, you hear about some of the crazy shit from the dark web. I mean, it's up in the air how much of it is just urban legend, but I mean, some of it's got to be true. You know, the stories have to come from somewhere. That's my thinking on it anyway. ISIS videos. Oh God, yeah. I had to unfollow some people on Facebook because they kept posting those, and it was just too much. It was too much for me. I mean, I don't like to turn a blind eye per se. I like to be, aware that such things are happening in the world, but I don't need to see it. You know what I mean? Whoa, what is going on with them? Holy shit. Yeah, see what I mean? It, like, gets randomly creepy. Oxenfree was like this, too. Oh, they're already in hell. They're already in hell. They were messing with them. It was a fake party. That's great. Hey, what was it? Horns of Horror. It's popular as Back to the Future Part 2 has. Back to the Future. I loved Back to the Future Part 2. I remember when it came out, people were saying, "Oh, it's so confusing with all the jumping around in time." But there's like a scene right in the middle where Doc Brown explains the whole damn thing. Just pay attention to the flow chart he draws on the board. Like, it literally explains everything. I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up watching Doctor Who. Timey-wimey stuff isn't that complicated to me. I can follow it pretty well, but I don't know. Yeah, you know this one, Brian? Yeah, I haven't played it yet. I got it a while back, but I played Oxenfree. Really liked Oxenfree. So when I heard that the the same makers had done another one, I was like, oh, I have to get it. I remember seeing the trailer for this, like, before it came out, and thought it looked really funny. Anyway, who was Z going to do a Toxic Takedown on next? I got a few subjects, actually. I've got kind of a list of subjects I was going to do. Which we'll probably film a little later. I thought we'd just kind of do a chill and chat with you guys for a while, sort of shoot the shit about whatever you wanted to bring to the table. I usually do, when I do filming, I usually do that over on Twitch. So if you want to actually see the filming of stuff, come on over to the Twitch streams. I do them over there pretty much every day. I'm making you want to rewatch the Back to the Future films. I haven't watched them in a while, actually. I'm about due for a rewatch myself. Just such a fun trilogy. And I gotta watch the rest of the animated series too, which I've always thought of as the official sequel to the movies, because it literally takes place after Back to the Future 3. And get two 13-episode seasons of Doc and Marty going through time, dealing with all the various Biffs of history. And Bill Nye the Science Guy doing science segments before he did his own show. Like, that's how long ago it was. Oh, this is cool. I like when they do stuff like this, incorporate the titles into the world. That's great. Oh, did that get announced? I know that they were. There was a lot of stuff coming to was it Cartoon Network's streaming site. So people were speculating that they might be doing DVD releases or something. So we're finally getting Ed, Edd, and Eddy. I know that's one that people have been wanting for a long time. And Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. That's one I always wanted to see. But like I said, I missed out on a lot of that stuff. The sort of mid-90s, early 2000s Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network stuff. So, did they really? 30, eh? Wow. Any word on Johnny Bravo? Because I have the one season set that they put out, but they never released any more. The quartering. What did I watch today? I watched a few videos today. I just wanted to kind of get the vibe on what people were saying about the new She-Hulk episode. Yeah, I didn't actually watch The Quartering. I watched The Count, Geeks and Gamers, of course. Ryan Kimmel, RK Outpost, who is also part of Geeks and Gamers. That Star Wars Girl, Yellow Flash 2, and Altex TV. So, kind of a mix there. I think that was about all I could stand. For one day, watching 6 bad take videos. And they weren't all terrible, honestly. They were just kind of like they sort of begrudgingly liked stuff in it, and then yeah, I've heard of that one. I don't think I've seen that one. I'll have to check them out. But yeah. So I mean, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I did do that one video where I specifically singled out Grace Randolph, and I'm kind of hesitant to do that kind of thing. Like, I feel like it's kind of a low blow, kind of pointing fingers, like, oh, look what this person said. But, I don't know. I guess in some cases, it'd be a case-by-case basis. In some cases, if there's been a particularly big thing that's like, okay, yeah, I gotta call this person out directly because that's ridiculous, then yeah, I'll probably do something like that. But for the most part, I think most of the Toxic Takedowns are just gonna be kind of, you know, in the description you'll find the videos I watched, so you can see, you know, you can get that context, and then be more kind of just a general sense, just cover the topic rather than singling out specific people. and cover some of the things that people have said without necessarily pointing fingers. But yeah, you want to make rant videos? Do it. Do it, dude. Join the fight. You know, there need to be more. I feel like there need to be more people on the other side of the fence that actually talk about this stuff. And it seems like the bad take side has too loud of a voice. There isn't balance, you know. So that's what I need to see. I keep forgetting about that one. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I've heard it's amazing. Yeah. Yes, I've seen. I used to watch Space Ghost Coast to Coast when it was being shown on a one. I think it was shown on the Comedy Channel here in Canada. I used to watch it. I thought it was hilarious. I had the first couple of DVD sets of it, I think, but sadly, stupidly sold them. And there was a couple volumes you could only get through Adult Swim's website, through their web store, and then they shut down the web store, and they never did re-releases of those volumes, so they're like super, super rare now. I really wish they would. I would buy like a complete series set of that in a heartbeat. That was such a funny show. Also, Harvey Birdman. Harvey Birdman was another one. I think that was another one that had one volume that you could only get through the Adult Swim website, and now it's long gone. But yeah, those shows were great. Did I hear about Star Wars Amir? What? I'm not sure what you're asking me. Oh, before anyone asks me, I haven't watched Andor yet. I have the first 5 episodes waiting to be watched, but I haven't watched it yet. I'm probably just going to binge them one of these days. He means Andor? Oh, okay, yeah. If you're meaning Andor, I haven't watched it yet. I've heard it's quite good, though. I've actually really liked the Star Wars shows so far. And that's kind of, I think it was around the time that Obi-Wan was on, when I started getting the idea to do the Toxic Takedown series. Seeing some of the bad takes on Obi-Wan. In particular, talking about the, what's her face, Reva, the third sister character. I thought she was amazing. I mean, I thought she was a terrific actress playing the role. Really just so intimidating as that character. And second, I thought she had a really interesting story arc. And I was really, like, invested in her story. And how she started off as a villain and then kind of did a turn where she wasn't good, but she wasn't what we thought she was at first, you know, and like we find out what her real motivations are and stuff. And I thought it was just really interesting. And I couldn't believe that people were talking shit about that character. You know, like what is the problem? I mean, I don't get it. C-Lab, I never saw C-Lab, and what's funny is I used to watch a lot of the shows that C-Lab was kind of a parody of. You know, like the old Captain Nemo series from back in the 60s and stuff like that. And all those old adventure shows. I did see some Aqua Teen Hunger Force, very funny. Tim and Eric I actually used to watch back when they were on Channel 101, the website that was founded by Dan Harmon, Rob Schraub, and Justin Roiland, who of course now do Rick and Morty. But yeah, Tim and Eric, they used to do shorts on Channel 101, and it just really weird off the wall stuff, which I thought was just fucking hilarious. And I don't think I've actually seen their show, the Tim and Eric Awesome Show, but Tim and Eric Awesome Show, Tim and Eric Awesome Show, great job. Yeah, like even the title is weird and offbeat. But yeah, it's something I've been meaning to check out. Brack Show, which of course was kind of a spin-off of Space Ghost. Actually, Brack originally appeared on Space Ghost. But yeah, all that stuff was great. It was just so crazy. what was it? Archer. Archer is another one I still have to watch, and it's like right up my alley. You know, I don't know how I've just not jumped on all these shows. Just too much, I guess. Too much content. Just no time. But what's this? Chowder. Chowder is insanely fun, especially with the constant fourth wall breaking humor. Very nice. Yeah. Time Squad. Oh, really? Oh, I haven't even heard of that one. And Jordan, yeah, I need to get the Rick and Morty season 5 set. I haven't even seen any of season. I'm behind in Rick and Morty even, like, and I was watching that pretty religiously for the first 4 seasons. I have like a shit ton of the comics. Yeah, just behind in everything. But Game of Thrones, yes. One day you'll finish season 1. Maybe they'll have 3 more prequel shows out by then. You started watching Pennyworth. Yeah, that's one I'd like to check out. Isn't that like kick butt MI6 Alfred? Yeah, of course I've seen all the Archer memes. Stop, I can only get so erect. Phineas and Ferb. See, that's one I have seen a lot of, because Rosie used to watch it all the time. I love the idea that basically every episode of that is just a day of their summer vacation. So, like, the entire span of the series is basically their summer vacation. It's like just the most eventful summer vacation ever. It's so ridiculous. I love it. I love their Perry the Platypus and his like secret double life as a secret agent, and how he's always like trying to track down, what is it, that old guy who's like the mad scientist or whatever. That's great. It's coming back to voice Joker in Multiverses. Very nice. Has Rosie seen Paw Patrol? I believe so, when she was like 5.
It came out after I was a kid.
Oh, did it? So you haven't seen Paw Patrol?
I have because of my friend's little siblings or from that daycare.
Oh, right. Oh, God, that daycare.
I saw it in that daycare, I don't know.
Yeah. Sheep in the Big City. Yeah, I think I've seen a little bit of that one.
You want me to bring you a photo? And you can see what they did to our house.
Early 2000s version of Rocky and Bullwinkle.
They just had a cool, like, high-level stuff.
Paw Patrol. Oh, Paw Patrol's massive. It's a fucking empire. They did a movie recently. Apparently it was, you know, just fun, very innocent kind of entertainment, you know.
The SpongeBob movies are fucking amazing.
I haven't seen any of the movies. I've only seen the show.
Keanu Reeves plays a bush.
Really?
He plays like a mystic bush that gives them knowledge.
That's amazing.
And it's literally just his face green screened onto a bush. And that's why I
love it.
I'm not really into the superhero SpongeBob one.
Yeah.
But that one, the one with Bush Keanu, was so good.
Which one is that? The first one, or is it one of the later ones?
That's one of the most recent ones, I think.
Okay. All right. I think the only
So
SpongeBob movie I have is the superhero one, actually. Or no, it's Sponge Out of Water. Is that the superhero one? It's like the CG one.
I don't know. I think Sponge Out of Water might be the Keanu Reeves one.
I can't remember.
But yeah, and like he doesn't put on a voice or anything. It's literally just
Sponge
Keanu
on the
Reeves.
Run. Okay.
I'm pretty sure they call him like Keanu Bush or like Bush Reeves or something as well. They meme themselves to death.
Now I just want to watch that SpongeBob set. I just want to sit down and watch 100 episodes of SpongeBob.
Like, even though it's a kid's show, it's so fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's one of those ones with subversive humor. That's why I love it, because
Yeah.
it's got a lot of jokes in there that only adults would get.
Also, like, the fucking squirrel's name is Sandy Cheeks.
Sandy Cheeks. They live in Bikini Bottom.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Krabs. You know, it's the whole thing is like innuendo. Like, it's almost all
Krabby
innuendo.
Patties.
Krabby Patties, yeah.
Made out of Mr. Krabs, apparently.
Yes. But and Clancy Brown, yes. Oh, Clancy Brown is great.
Also, regarding changing
I love
characters
him as a
from one
voice actor and just as an
to
actor in
myself,
general.
including gender.
Like a character
It's
actor,
like
he's
basically starting
terrific.
game over, but only in character creation.
Is this the
Oh, she's a
Krusty
little
Krab? No,
croissant.
this is Patrick.
Dad,
What?
she's a croissant.
Aw. Like what? I'm not a croissant. I'm a cat. I'm beautiful.
Aww. Aww.
Aww.
Oh, and then church is everywhere.
Kitties are being cute. Don't wake him up. He's all zonked out. Lex Luthor. Yeah, that's right. He was also the voice of Montross, the rival bounty hunter to Jango Fett in the Bounty Hunter game. He was also Sergeant Zim, no relation to Invader Zim, but Sergeant Zim in Starship Troopers. He was also a rival Highlander in, I think, the first Highlander movie. And, yeah, he's been in so much stuff. Oh, okay, the mad scientist Phineas and Ferb is the creator. Oh, really? And their dad was voiced by Richard O'Brien. Okay, I did not know that. Interesting. Yeah, Phineas and Ferb is great. It's such a funny show. Sailor Mouth. Got something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
A chicken leg flag.
Alright, which one of you flatfoots took my lollipop?
Some like decoration.
I said, you ever see the meme where they take a line from Jennifer's body and dub it over Patrick's star? I don't think I have. I actually haven't seen Jennifer's body. It's been on my radar for a while, but the Blu-ray is usually really cheap. Yeah, Starship Troopers, Pet Cemetery 2. Yeah, there's some kind of deluxe Blu-ray edition coming out of the first Highlander. Your Jennifer's body. Well, I remember you did some. Was that one of your video reviews, or it was just you kind of like staring and then shaking your head, or face palming, or groaning, or and that was like your entire review. See about the Bob's Burgers. Yeah, see, that's another one I haven't seen any of. Bob's Burgers. Everybody says, you gotta see Bob's Burgers, you'll love it. I'm like, alright, I'll check it out one of these days. Clancy Brown rarely does the SpongeBob games, but has come back as Lex Luthor in the Lego Batman games. That's cool. And walking away like, why do I do this to myself? Oh, wasn't that when you were watching, like, just a whole string of, like, terrible movies?
She like sniffed it and her nose touched it or something.
I have the extended editions. Speaking of terrible movies, I have the extended editions of all 5 Twilight movies. Still in the shrink wrap. They were gifted to me by a friend / viewer. And at some point, and I've been planning to do this ever since he sent them to me, like, probably 10 years ago now. At some point, I want to bust them open and do like a marathon viewing of all 5, so you can all just enjoy my pain. Some kind of live riffing thing. That would probably be on the Discord, I'm thinking, or I don't know. I guess I might be able to do it as a stream. I just wouldn't be able to play the audio because yeah. So you could maybe watch it on the Discord, so we could all watch it together, but I'll live stream my reactions or something. Maybe something like that. I mean, I have the bandwidth to do that. I've got 100 megabits up, and these streams only use about 6 of it, so... like the other 94 kilobits up would be, or megabits up would be sufficient. Hunger Games? Yeah, see, Hunger Games I think I would actually enjoy. Those actually look pretty good from what I've seen. Rosie really likes those, and she's read the books too. I have the Hunger Games movies as well. But, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm sure I will, because, I mean, it looks more kind of like dystopian sci-fi, which, you know, I like that stuff. So, we'll just ignore the fact that it's a blatant ripoff of, Battle Royale. Hey, thanks for all the super thanks tonight, JL. Really appreciate that. Pennyworth I thought was really good. Excellent. Hunger Games books and movies are great. Nice. So is this Lego DC Superheroes of Space? Because more movies than other games, many of the day. Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, Clancy Brown, Tara Strong, Gray Griffin. Which one is this? Lego DC Supervillains. Okay. I haven't played that one. I played the first two Lego Batmans. Really enjoyed those. I think that was before the characters really had voice. I can't remember which one they... Because they did like the mumble. The Lego characters would mumble for the first few games, I remember. I think... what is it? The new Star Wars one of... like episodes 1 through 9 now. They added actual dialogue for the characters in the first 6. Or you can play it with the original mumble voices if you want, which I think is pretty cool. Lego Batman 2 was the first half. That's what I thought. Yeah, I couldn't remember. It's been a while. Because I know they had the mumble voices for quite a bunch of them, which I thought was funny. Like, I thought it worked well. Like, they did it very well, and the characters would kind of mime what was going on, and you could follow it. But apparently with the Star Wars one, they added full voices to them now, so... Crypto the Super Dog. Excellent. Super Chat. They did add dialogue. Also reworked all the levels to make it feel more like a third-person platformer. Oh, don't know how I feel about that. Yes, Brazil. One that I have not seen in years. And I'm pretty sure I've only ever seen the happy ending theatrical cut. I do have the Criterion edition, which has both cuts and the big documentary. It's one I've been meaning to dive into at some point. But when I do that, that's one I want to, like, set aside an afternoon and watch both cuts and the documentary and just, like, dive into everything. So, yeah. So why is that? Your anime is working on the manga. Oh, so they're taking a break while they're waiting. JL is the new stream boss. Oh, so the super chats count towards that. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Champion Supreme JL. Brazil got added to Disney Plus, and it's the proper not happy ending, as it should be. But yeah, I've been wanting to see that again for ages because I mean, Jonathan Pryce is always a delight in anything he's in. And Terry Gilliam is just such a wildly imaginative director. And I love me some good dystopian sci-fi, you know, so, yeah. Yeah. And I know I've never... Yeah, I definitely need to see the director's cut version. Absolutely. And I'm really interested to see that documentary that it came with as well. The Battle for Brazil, I think it's called. Did Terry Gilliam do that? Another one that's sitting on my shelf that I haven't watched yet. I didn't know he directed that one. Awesome. So it's Terry Gilliam and Johnny Depp. Well, now I definitely have to watch that. And I think Hunter S. Thompson actually has an appearance in it too, doesn't he? Like, he actually appears in the film. So the real dude meets the movie dude. Yes, Jonathan Pryce. He was. Actually, Tomorrow Never Dies. I saw that one in the theater. I enjoyed it. I liked that he was kind of a take on... he was like an evil Bill Gates. Which I thought was a great kind of modern villain idea, you know? It's like, excellent. So we're shipping out the new operating system. Excellent. And have all the bugs been installed so we can continue to sell them updates for years to come? Oh, yes. They're all in place. Excellent. Yeah, 12 Monkeys is great. I haven't seen No Time. I'm actually behind on the Bond films. The last one I saw was... Quantum of Solace. Yeah, so anything after that I haven't seen yet. So I'm like, what, 3 behind, I guess? I think I still need to pick up the last one. Yeah, I still need to pick up the last one. Where the hell's my bond set? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So.
Why, what's up?
At least manga gets people to read. It does, yeah. I heard about horns. I know the Daniel Radcliffe movie. I don't think that's the one you're talking about, though.
Okay.
I didn't see the trailer. I didn't know there was a trailer out for Velma yet. I definitely like to check that out. I remember hearing about that when it was first announced, that it was going to be a more adult-focused, murder mystery kind of thing, and I like that. Yeah, I have Skyfall. I have everything up to No Time to Die. I just don't have the latest one, so I need to get that one. Meet the Feebles. Oh my god, yes. That one is such a twisted movie. Basically just Muppets fucking each other through.
Sorry, what?
It's basically like Muppet style characters, but they like fuck each other and stuff. It's crazy.
Okay.
But yeah, it's early Peter Jackson. And honestly, like the puppet characters and effects in it are really well done. Like it's right on par with the Muppets, I think. But I really wish they would put out a Blu-ray of that, because I think it's only ever been released on VHS. I have like a VHS bootleg rip of it, because it just is not available anywhere right now. But I heard rumors that he was working on some kind of high-def remaster of it, but I don't know how true that was. But yeah, the Harley Quinn series, I've only seen a couple of episodes of it, but I definitely liked what I saw. Definitely going to check out Velma, though. I wonder if the Tubi version's probably better quality than the VHS rip I have. I might have to check that out. I hate it when the manga are different than the TV show. It makes things more confusing. Why? It's just 2 different versions of the story. Oh, it does have a DVD. Okay. I haven't checked in quite a while, so. Yeah. Good stuff. And yes, GoldenEye is finally coming to the Switch. Well, they're like, whatever they call it, their retro streaming service thing. They were like Kaylee Cuoco just due to her involvement in The Big Bang Theory. But her Harley is pretty good. I didn't mind Big Bang. A lot of people shit on The Big Bang Theory. I thought it was alright. I enjoyed it. I didn't like watch it religiously. I don't have all 12 seasons on DVD or anything like that. But, I watched the first few seasons fairly regularly. I thought it was fun. But, nerd humor, Is it on HBO Max? I think it's on Netflix here in Canada. Or at least it used to be. I don't know if it still is. But, yeah, the Happy Time Murders. That one is on streaming, I know. And that was the first thing I thought of when I saw it, was Meet the Feebles. I was like, oh, it's like a Meet the Feebles cop movie. So, I freaking hate Big Bang Theory. It reveled in all the stereotypes of nerd culture that are so overdone. Well, true. But, I don't know. I thought it reveled in them well. Yes, they did. Yeah, it ended. They did 12 seasons. I mean, that's a massive run for any sitcom. But, yeah. Oh, ouch. Nerd blackface. That's a little harsh. But, yes. Just a little. Yeah, Young Sheldon. Which, I've heard a lot of people say is even better. Is better than Big Bang Theory. Of course, if you hated Big Bang Theory to begin with, that's not saying much.
Okay.
Yes. A root canal is better than than Big Bang Theory. Ha ha ha. Well, I thought it was all right. But mind you, I'm pretty forgiving when it comes to sitcoms. I don't really go too deep into it. I'm just like, did it make me laugh? Good. That's all that matters. So. Is that Brinsley?
Yeah.
Oh.
Staring into his soul.
I do. I did videos about it, Austin.
Turn it off, dumbass.
I did a closer look at both Tales from the Dark Side and Monsters. That's great. I got a comment on the first Toxic Takedown video from Assassin216. Says, I can't believe I finally found your channel after 10 years. I used to watch your videos all the time. For whatever reason, YouTube never gave me notifications to the channel. I thought you deleted your YouTube channel. Yeah, thanks, YouTube, for letting my subscribers know that I'm still alive. Says, good to see you're still grinding. I can't believe a rap video I was watching had you in the recommendations on the right side of the video. So random. Their recommendations are so fucking broken. And I mean, the subs have been broken for like 10 years now. It's ridiculous. Crazy. So I noted with some amusement that today's Fortnite video that went up is the first round of Chapter 3, Season 3. Yeah, for those who don't play, we're into Season 4 now, and have been for a few weeks. My clips are a little behind. So by the time we get to the Season 4 clips, it'll probably be Season 5, maybe Season 6. Starting Season 4! Dude, Season 5 now. I know. I'm sorry. I mean, it's basically the only other solution is to post a bunch in a day and piss everybody off with an inundation of Fortnite clips. I'm like, nah, we'll just stick to one a day. I think that's better. It's less for people to ignore. Oh yeah, I forgot about that close look. Yeah, if you really want to know. Yeah, you can just go to my videos and search. You know, I make it pretty easy to find my stuff. Also, I do have playlists that I put together a while ago, and I keep them updated as we go. So there's like a playlist of just all my closer look videos, dating all the way back to when I just called them DVD reviews. But so there's all the closer look videos to date. There's another one of all my movie reviews, and then another one of all my horror movie reviews, specifically. There's one of every update video I've ever done, one of every package opening I've ever done. So whatever kind you like, there's playlists there where you can just binge away whatever like sort of topic you like. So oh, I see. Do a general YouTube search for Zarin Izarak if you haven't seen the channel in a while. True. Yeah, and you can just search videos or channels. 16 years. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Which is why I'm kind of doing a bit of reinvention right now, because it seems like the old stuff, the old style stuff and whatnot just doesn't bring in the views anymore. Like, and part of it is probably because of what we just saw with that guy, where even though they're subscribed, they just don't get notifications of my content. So, you know, yeah. So anyway, we got to try new things. and still doing the old things. I mean, I'm putting obviously a big focus on the Toxic Takedown because I think it's A, something a lot of people are interested in. B, I've had a lot of requests to get back to rants for forever, and I think this is a good way to do it. And I can do it kind of as more of an ongoing series rather than just kind of a limited series of a very limited range of topics. Yeah, so I forgot where I was going with that list. Anyway, that's it. So it's just kind of, I thought it was a good way to kind of revitalize the channel a bit and kind of do the kind of stuff that people enjoyed to begin with, like back in the day with the rant videos and stuff like that. And then but then there'll still be a mix of closer looks and updates and package openings and gameplay videos and all the usual stuff as well, because I like doing that stuff, and a lot of you guys like watching that stuff. So do a little bit of everything, and and carry on with the Fortnite clips, and got a huge selection of shorts, and that's something that's new, experimenting with the shorts. It's a different kind of thing, because the shorts can't be more than a minute, which is tough for me because I like to ramble. So that's why most of the shorts are just clips from my games and stuff, because it's easier to do short clips of just a funny moment from a game or something. But yeah, I have not seen Fantastic Planet. That's one it's been kind of on my radar for a while. I've seen like pictures from it and stuff. It looks like a really creative animated film, but so it says, the main things I usually collect on DVD and Blu-ray are cult films, exploitation films, and animation. I'm a huge fan of animation, especially the creativity and passion of the medium. Oh, absolutely. Same with me, dude. Love animation. That's why like a huge section of my collection is animation. A lot of it being nostalgic. A lot of stuff that I grew up with, all the 80s and 90s cartoons, some 70s stuff. But also just the, when I watch those old cartoons, like especially like a lot of the 80s stuff and whatnot, it just blows me away. Like there's moments when I'm watching and I just think, this is all hand drawn. This was all done by hand. This is before the days of computers and, even just using computers for 2D animation so you don't have to redraw everything all the time. But, shortcuts and whatnot. But that all didn't exist back then. So everything was done by hand. And they would pump out like a 65-episode series in a year. It was crazy. Crazy. Watership Down is one I saw a lot as a kid. It's wonderful and terrifying. I've been meaning to pick up the Criterion for ages. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta get the Scream Factory release of Plague Dogs as well. That was a good one. Those videos from like 10 years ago and older, I bet I seen when they were new. Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. Old stuff tends to go under the radar, and YouTube won't bring up the videos as a recommendation. Yeah, exactly. They want to keep things fresh, keep things new. Watership Down. I saw a bit of Samurai Pizza Cats when it was on originally. It wasn't really my thing at the time. I wasn't really into funny anime. I'm more just like the action adventure type stuff. So, the Predator Ultimate Hunter Edition. Oh my god, and the HD rants. Yeah. Well, that's what the Toxic Takedown essentially is. It's the next sort of evolution of that. So, like the HD rants were about sort of calling out idiocy and misinformation regarding the world of HD and physical media collecting. The Toxic Takedown is just kind of an evolution of that. So it's expanding to be not just specifically about collecting or media, but about geek culture in a larger, broader sense. Which means it opens up a world of topics for what I can talk about. And, I mean, I'm only going to do stuff that's about things that I'm interested in. Well, that's what the Toxic Takedown is. Listen to what I'm saying. The HD rants is never coming back. There's literally nothing more to talk about with it. I covered every topic that I have anything to say about with it. I would just be repeating myself. So the Toxic Takedown is the new version of that. So, I mean, doing an HD rant series now would just be silly. There's no point to it. Like, I mean, physical media, like it or not, is basically dying. Um, and, you know, the masses are going with streaming. So physical media is becoming more of a niche thing that if we want to collect it, we got to order it online. And, you know, the stores hardly carry anything anymore. I mean, there's not much to talk about, you know. So, no, be happy. That's what the Toxic Takedown is. Toxic Takedown is the new rant series. I don't know what you're not understanding here. You wanted rants? I'm giving you rants. This is literally in response to years of people saying they wanted me to do rants again. I have brought it back in this form because with this format, I can do a broader range of topics and do it more as a regular, hopefully daily. I want to do them daily. So every day, a new rant about something. So there you go. It's back, baby. You're welcome. You're high? God damn it. Make me jealous now. I haven't been high in so fucking long due to lack of funds. It's just it's a luxury that I have not been able to afford. So keep those donos coming, guys. The Z-Man wants to get high. Listening is becoming a lost art. Well, how can you not be listening? I'm the only one talking. It's not like it's a room full of people. Oh, it ain't legal where you are? Oh. I mean, it's slowly, you know, permeating the rest of the world and becoming legal everywhere. I think it's only a matter of time before it'll be like cigarettes and booze. It'll just be legal everywhere. I mean, that's basically what it's become here in Canada. I mean, they legalized it and they taxed the shit out of it just like cigarettes and booze. So, and I couldn't be happier, honestly. Like, honestly, weed has helped to keep me sane. It's been a really rough year, as most of you guys know. And it's really helped a lot, like with the mood and the stress and stuff like that. So a weed lollipop, eh? Yeah, I usually get gummies or something like that. Typically gummies, sometimes just the oil, like in an eyedropper, and sometimes it's all edible. So we can't. My building, even though it's legal here, my building doesn't allow the smokables, even if it's out on your balcony, just because of the smell. So I go all edibles. So I'll get usually just gummies, but I'll also occasionally get brownies or cookies or chocolate bars or the local dispensary actually has really good iced tea, different flavors of iced tea. So I'll get those sometimes. Yeah. Weed protects you from COVID. Well, I don't know about that. But yeah. Yes, weed and Fortnite. That's always a fun combination, actually. I have so much fun with Fortnite when I'm high. Would definitely recommend. So I love Tubi. It's a free streaming service fueled with cult films, exploitation films, and even animations. It does. It has like a huge selection of stuff. I haven't really explored it much, but I know a lot of people like it. It's kind of like the YouTube of licensed television, where it's all driven by ads, so it's free. It's all ad revenue paid, or paid by ad revenue, so everything is free. So yeah, so I don't know, check it out. Ads. Well, yeah, it's jail. Listen to what I'm saying. It is the ads that allow it to be free. It's just like YouTube. YouTube is able to be free because of the ads. So, love them or hate them. But the difference is here on YouTube, if you let the ads play, you're helping to support your favorite content creators. I almost said streamers. Well, that too. But, because we get a little kickback for that. And that helps. It's not much. It's usually pennies. But, Do I miss the HD format wars? Not really. I thought it was really stupid at the time that that even happened. Especially when Blu-ray was clearly the superior format right out of the gate. I would have been so pissed off if HD DVD had won. But thankfully Blu-ray won, and well, here we are now. And then when the next HD format came out, there was no competing format. It just went to Ultra HD. It was all agreed on. Everybody got on the same bandwagon, and that was it. So, you know. Oh God, don't even get me started on that AVGN video. Don't get me wrong, I love James Ralph, love Angry Video Game Nerd, but that video was just not his finest work. Let's just say that. Just a lot of nitpicking. Why did I buy an HD DVD player in 2016? Like 10 years after the format war? Well, probably because at the time, for a while there were certain movies that were on HD DVD that actually had better transfers than their Blu-ray counterparts. I remember one of them being The Thing. For the longest time, the HD DVD version of The Thing was the best high-def transfer you could get. It has since been surpassed by the 4K transfer that came out recently and stuff like that. But, yeah. But that, yeah, that is a good point, Austin. But, I mean, was it that much cheaper? I don't know that it was that big of a price difference. I mean, that's kind of what Toshiba was banking on, I guess. But yeah, I think it was just Blu-ray was just marketed better, and more studios jumped on Blu-ray than they did HD DVD. I remember that was a big thing at the time, was certain studios were siding with one or the other and going exclusively with one or the other. And I think it was just a case of more studios went with Blu-ray. I think Universal initially went HD DVD only. I think, God, I can't remember now. It's so long ago. Was Paramount? I think Paramount did too, because I remember Transformers came out on HD DVD, the first movie, and they thought that was going to be a big coup for them, but it wasn't. Like, I remember you might remember one of the videos was I put up the sales charts for each week, and the week that Transformers came out, Blu-ray still had more sales by like 1%. So the Transformers HD DVD release undeniably helped HD DVD that week, but after that it was like it was like Blu-ray was in the lead pretty much the whole time. It wasn't much of a fight. Hoo-yah! How's it going, Josh? Yeah, and I've heard since that was another problem. HD DVD was just poorly manufactured and had like horrible disc rot issues. So there you go. Well, Blu-ray was built into the PS3. That was another thing. Was Sony helped to get a lot of Blu-ray players into homes thanks to the PS3. It's the same thing with the PS2. The PS2 was a DVD player. It was my first DVD player. So just as the PS3 was my first Blu-ray player. So now I have a PS3, PS4, and a region-free Blu-ray, like dedicated Blu-ray player as well. So yeah, same with me, Darth Bryboy. It was for a long time I didn't have a high-def TV. I had the PS3, I had some Blu-rays, but I still only had a big CRT. But that was a nice thing. If you output with composite cables, it would just down convert it to standard def. So it was like the crispest, cleanest standard def that you could have. I do not have a what was it? I do not have a 4K player yet, mainly because I don't have a 4K TV yet. But I have started buying 4K more frequently because I figure, well, I'm going to get it eventually. I might as well start future-proofing the collection a little bit. So, and most of them come with the Blu-ray anyway. So there you go. The component cables. Oh, like the red, green, blue. Yeah, those are good. Yeah. Why do anime release their titles in parts? To make more money. Simple as that. Because they can milk it for a while. Hey mods, you asleep at the wheel or what? Don't spam my chat, please. Thank you. Also, no wonder I've had problems with Warner.
My remote died.
Yes, I can hear the sound of your game now. The Xbox Series X and PS5 can play 4K Blu-rays. Well, there you go. See, that's probably going to end up being my first 4K player, the PS5. If you want a whole series, not parts, then wait. Because usually they'll release a season in parts, and then they'll release a complete season set later. I mean, part of the reason is because the entire season isn't out yet. You know? So, that's that. They got Planet Earth. Yeah, the documentary. Is it the Richard Attenborough version? Everybody seems to prefer that one. HD DVD and it was rotted to shit. It was at first against 4K Blu-rays, but now I think I'll buy some 4K titles to do what you said and future-proof my collection. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing against 4K. I mean, people have asked, like, what are your thoughts on 4K? It's like, it's fine. It's the next level in HD quality. The only thing is, I mean, if you really want to get the benefit of it, it helps to have a really big screen. Because on a smaller screen, like 40-inch, like what I have, you're not going to see much of a difference. It's just not big enough. You know, the pixel density is so dense that you're not going to really see a difference with your eyes. But if you get a big screen, like 75 inches or bigger, then, yeah, you'll see a bit of a difference there. And the other thing is apparently HDR is amazing. I don't know. I've yet to see anything that makes it look that amazing to me. I think it's just a bit of a marketing gimmick. I mean, yes, I know it does improve the color and such, and the blacks are deeper and whatnot, but I also think it's at least in part a marketing gimmick, because they know if you don't have a massive screen, you're not going to see a huge difference, so let's also do better color, so that'll make a difference too. So, yeah. What was this? Oh, Star Trek the Motion Picture. I love Star Trek the Motion Picture. I've always been a big defender of that one. And I'll tell you why. The argument is very simple. Hey, sweetie.
I'm pale.
You're what?
Pale.
You're what?
Pale.
Pale. Let's see.
Like, than usual.
One of the arguments I always use is that it's actually the most Star Trek-y of all the Star Trek movies. And the reason I say that is because the original series was about them in the Enterprise out there exploring unknowns. And, well, that's exactly what the motion picture is they are investigating an unknown. Like a big, outer spacey unknown. Just like the series, you know? And a lot of the TV show episodes weren't all, you know, balls-to-the-wall action. They were more dialogue-driven, character-driven. Some of them took place almost entirely on the bridge of the Enterprise, you know? So, I don't know. Like, the movie seemed right in tune with that to me. You know, and I love the whole, like, first, I don't know, 45 minutes or so of it where the crew's reuniting and getting back together and seeing each other again for the first time. And I think it's just fun. You know, I like that. I love all the different aliens in the like the big, you know, conference hall and stuff like that. I love all the just creative special effects with V'ger and all the slit scan stuff going on, and and oh my god, the redesign of the Enterprise is just freaking gorgeous. I don't care what anybody says. I love that scene where Scotty takes him on the fly around in the shuttle, and we just hear that amazing Jerry Goldsmith score, and just are taking in the breathtaking visuals of the Enterprise in dry dock. It's just pure model making, beauty shot porn, you know, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Though people get all bent out of shape, it's like, God, that scene goes on so long. It's so boring. God, it's like, it's just like a feature-length episode of the show. You know. So I've seen some of the Turkish Star Wars one, and it's freaking hilarious. Yeah. I have not seen Turbo Kid. I kept meaning to get the Blu-ray, but you can only get it through their website, so I kept forgetting. But yeah, Star Trek Motion Picture is great. I really want that complete adventure set that has all 3 cuts, especially since it's the only way you can get the special longer version, which is my personal preferred cut because it's the one I watched the most growing up. I will say my 4K TV makes crappy quality YouTube videos from 2010 look good. Mainly the color. Very nice. I started doing my stuff in anamorphic widescreen in 2009, I think. I don't know, those of you who were around back then might remember there was a couple weeks where I just uploaded a shit ton of my old videos. And everybody got confused. Like, why are you re-uploading all your old ones? It's like, oh, because I'm re-uploading them in 16:9. Like proper widescreen, not because originally I would render them out in 4:3 letterbox because YouTube hadn't gone widescreen yet. This is how long ago it was. So then I re-uploaded a whole bunch of them in their full 16:9 aspect ratio to future-proof them essentially, and to give them a bump up in quality, obviously. So. Everybody's really confused. Why are you just posting your old stuff? Because I want it to be up in the best quality, you know. Fortunately, I didn't have 8,000 videos at that time, so that was fine. But you remember that you were around back then? Yeah, the re-uploads spamming your inbox. Back when the sub box still worked, but yeah. Unfortunately, I think I tried to do them quickly so that it wouldn't be like just endless spamming. So I tried to do them like over the course. I think I did them over the course of a few days. But yeah, I remember some people like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, sorry, I'm just upgrading. Yes, it has. It really has, Carlat, and it's been just endless, ongoing. Hey, we lost our lights. We've been going for 4 hours? No, 3 hours. Wow. I think it's blocking the sensor. You just stop subbing to people. Well, I mean, you can hit the bell. If you hit the bell notification, you'll get email notifications for most of their stuff. Not everything, but... Prism? Are you talking about the VHS releases? Yeah. It was mostly stuff from the Marvel Superheroes collection and episodes of the old Spider-Man cartoon, and I think a few episodes of the 80s Hulk and 70s Fantastic Four. They had a whole bunch. There was like I forget, it was like 26 volumes or something, and each one had like 3 or 4 episodes on it. They did re-release a bunch of those on DVD. I have a couple of box sets. And the DVD volumes were the exact same contents as those old VHS tapes. They didn't re-release all of them, but they did some of them. And I got the 2 box sets. There's a Heroes set and a Villains set. I think I showed them in a closer look somewhere. interestingly enough, the quality is terrible because they use the exact same master tapes they used for those VHS releases back in the day. So they're old, washed out, horrible transfers. But just kind of cool to see those, you know. I did know they're making a Scream 6, yes. I always help to people because if I don't, my goldfish memory will forget them. Well, yeah, and you're helping the channel when you do that. You know, helping to boost their stats, boost their numbers, whatever, so. Yes, it is good stuff. Well, I think 'tis break time for me again. And we'll probably do maybe another hour and then wrap things up here on the YouTubes. I figured we'd just do kind of a chill and chat here today, talk about some of the upcoming stuff and whatnot, and then go from there. And then I think after this, I'm going to move over to Twitch. So if you guys want to join us over on Twitch, where we're probably going to do some filming tonight. We shall see. I expect it's going to be a late night. Been having pretty epic length streams over the past week, just trying to get shit done. I actually went for 22 hours on Twitch the other day, and then slept, and then did like, what, 16 hours yesterday or something? I can't remember. It's been ridiculous. It's been absolutely ridiculous. Or was it 18 hours? I forget. Too long, anyway. Also just trying to drum up donations and stuff to help with the bills. Thanks to everybody who's been contributing. Bills are in pretty good shape this month, actually, for the first time in a while. So hoping that the rest of October also goes well. Looking to do more regular streams here on YouTube. I'm trying to do them Sundays and Wednesdays here on YouTube. Yesterday, I ended up not doing it here because we just got too deep into the Twitch stream yesterday. So, yeah. Any John Carpenter 4Ks? I'm not really like seeking out any specific 4Ks right now. It's more just I'll buy. I'm really not looking to double dip on anything that I already have. Mainly because funds are so tight. So really it's just any titles I pick up that I don't already have. You know, I'll likely grab in 4K just to have them, but only if they come with the Blu-ray. So like a lot of the Arrow editions, for example, they only have the Blu-ray or only have the 4K, and it's like, eh. It's like, well, I can get the 4K and just not be able to watch it until I get a 4K player, or get the Blu-ray for now, and, you know, that's fine. But, yeah. Where is it here? Yeah, here we go. Let's do these two. I tend to use these two for break music over on Twitch. Let's do the same here. Most of you will probably recognize at least one of these tunes. I guess we don't need the, Whoa, why is there two of those? Hold on. I'm so confused. Is there another one? I have two of these up, apparently. Oh. Oh shit, I have like... Why do I have... That's crazy. There. And then if we go here... Okay. For some reason, I had the video capture device 3 times in my scene layout. And all in the same corner. I don't know why. Trying to stay organized here. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. Don't touch that dial. this is a good time to drop some donos into the pot while we're kind of relaxing in between moments here. So thank you in advance for all of your generosity. It helps me keep doing what I'm doing for you. All right. See you guys in a bit. And we're back. Whew. That was a bit of a mad dash. How did that turn on by itself?
What?
Ghosts.
Spoopy.
Are we good? Can we put the, yeah, there we go. Okay. Never mind.
Someone Bluetoothed to it.
Oh, okay.
Ow.
What? What are you doing?
Roll over my toe.
Oh, watch it. Hello. What's up?
Cuddles.
Well, you smell like Vicks.
I know, I just put on more Vicks.
Alright. Well, enjoy your Vicks and enjoy your halls and stuff. Yes. I thought one short Toxic Takedown I want to do is addressing this whole Rotten Tomatoes thing that all the, you know, all of those groups seem to like to show. So we're going to take a few screenshots here. This will be a little bit of prep for one. So we got She-Hulk, of course, which has 87% professional reviews, 35% audience score. So they're saying this is accurate. This is like the real score. Yeah, so all these one-star reviews, basically, or half-star reviews. Brutal, that's it. Blah, 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 blah. Dude, horrible writing and CG. The easiest way for people to care about the show, they had Daredevil. The show actually made me care. It made me care about writing because this is what they do. I can't wait for Deadpool. And okay, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't waste your time or money. This is a stinker. Weak. Blah, blah. This is fucking review bombing. Like, this is absolutely review bombing. This thing sucks. Blah, 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 blah. Like, this is review bombing. Without question. So, this result that all of those toxic fan pages like to put in all their fucking thumbnails means nothing. Notice they never show you this part. This is the actual professional reviews. They only show you this part because that suits their agenda of wanting to just spread hate and skew, you know, the results. So, let's grab this. And we're going to put that in our Toxic Takedown view. Let's go into the Daredevil one. Let's do Rotten Tomatoes. That's the She-Hulk score. Then we want to do, this is the example I always see. We'll do Daredevil. The, what the fuck is the series? Okay, well, we'll do that in a moment here. So we got Daredevil, the 2003 movie, which has terrible reviews. Because, and from 250,000 plus ratings, 226 professional reviews. Yeah, that is pretty much accurate because, I mean, a lot of people did not like this movie. And that's fine. Critics' consensus, it's a dull, brooding origin story that fails to bring anything new to the genre, blah, blah, blah. So we'll grab that. Daredevil movie score. Where's the other Daredevil? Where the fuck is the other one? Oh, TV shows. Here we are. Daredevil. Marvel's Daredevil. There it is. Okay. So this one, score through the roof. Why? Simple. I mean, it's a different type of show. I mean, you're comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing a superhero, a dark, brooding superhero drama to a sitcom. And hold on, we need to. Is it objectively a better show? Maybe. I mean, that's all subjective. It's a great show, but the real reason. Broader appeal. Simple as that. It's got much wider appeal than She-Hulk. Daredevil is aimed at a much broader audience. You know? A different audience. Just because they're both Marvel doesn't put them on equal footing. Just because they're both streaming shows doesn't put them on equal footing. It appeals to a broader audience. Simple as that. And She-Hulk appeals to a very specific audience. It's targeted towards primarily a female audience, not everyone. It's not a show for everyone. The comedy isn't going to appeal to everyone. The focus on women isn't going to appeal to everyone. There's a lot of things that are very specifically targeted to a specific segment of the audience. So all these people review bombing it are people who it does not appeal to. And that's fine if something doesn't appeal to everyone. Not everything's going to appeal to everyone. There's people who probably don't like the Daredevil Netflix series. It's not perfect. You know, I thought the seasons were a little too long. They could have shaved off like 3 episodes, done it as 10 episodes instead of 13. Felt a little bit drawn out in parts. It's not perfect, but it's very good. Excellent. Top tier television. Superb. I also think She-Hulk is superb for what it is. A sitcom. A superhero comedy. I think it's very funny. I find it refreshing to see something that focuses on the female perspective, which is something we don't see very often. Especially in superhero shows. In fact, it's the first one, really, that's done a full female-focused superhero show thing, you know? So that's it. So it's like all these people think that all superhero shows should appeal to the same demographic and be all for them. And they're not. So they get angry. And they review bomb the shit out of it. Because they don't like it. Because it's not for them. It's like, well, that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means you don't like it. You know? So yeah, don't tell me that these fucking scores are not skewed. Because they absolutely are. 110%. And this is why I don't put a lot of credence in Rotten Tomatoes scores. Because they can be skewed far too easily. Really, the only ones I put any weight on at all are this one, the professional ones. Because those ones can't be skewed. They just can't be. There's certain criteria they need to meet to even be considered to be a part of that score. This is anybody. Anybody with a computer and a fake account can put up a review. They can have like a bunch of, and a lot of these review bombers do. They have a bunch of burner accounts that they use just to skew the results. Like, look, see, the people have spoken. It sucks. That's not an accurate assessment of what the people actually think. Well, any of these aggregators. I mean, there's going to be, you can skew any of these by just meeting the minimum criteria to have your review counted. But it's easier to skew this result than it is to skew this result, is what I'm saying. Far lower criteria required to skew this one than it is to skew this one. So anybody who's telling you that anyone who claims that it's being review bombed and that it's actually a success, and they pull up these Daredevil examples as proof, yeah, they're full of shit. They're full of shit. They're trying to paint a picture that just isn't true. Hold on a second. Can I get a better picture of this? Why does it have a giant picture of Elektra on there? I don't know. I mean, hold on. Maybe I could just do, I don't need to do a big fucking thing like that. Let's just do the little, we just need this piece here. That's all that really matters. There we go. So get that. And people, you know, pointing that out, being labeled as insane. Like, really? Really? Like, come on. Not insane. Truthful. Not following an agenda. Simply pointing out the truth. There we go. Just a little tighter there. And then we'll do She-Hulk as well. Grab that. And there we go. Nice and tight. Got a little picture. Got the scores. Good to go. So I mean, you can go in and you can look at all these reviews. Look at them. All audience. It's 1 star, 1 star, brutal, horrible writing. Don't waste your time. Worst TV show I've ever seen. The stories are dumb. The premise is far-fetched. Oh, shut up. It's like, it's a superhero show. This show is a joke. Doesn't make sense for her to be stronger than the Hulk. But an influencer can hit her. Doesn't make sense that she can have sex with a man either. What? Okay. This is the worst Marvel show yet. What is this show even about? Just what is the idea of this show? What it's trying to do? Yeah. But then if look at top critics. No top critics reviews. Okay. So we don't even have any. And we have I think this interesting. Is this just... Oh, this is just the fan reviews. Hold on. Or audience reviews. Hold on. So we go back. And we click on... Stop jumping around. Stop jumping around. Jesus, I hate it when it does that. Is that... Why can't we see any more reviews than that? Well, I mean, this is great. This just shows how wrong these results are. If that's the only one that comes up. So, anyway... I'm sure that that's not the only one. It's the only one that's actually on Rotten Tomatoes, I guess. But it's the same thing. You go to IMDb. Even worse. Even easier to review bomb here. She-Hulk. Uh, 5 out of 10. 115K. Oh my god, get out of my face. Get out of my face, ad. Thank you. User reviews. Here we are. It's very hard to like this. This She-Hulk is not sensational. This is the end of the road for Marvel. It's not unwatchable. It's just not good. She-Hulk for babies. She-Hulk is an okay entry, not perfect, but it doesn't... See, that like sounds like a genuine review. Balance. 60 years of collecting comics, I've learned to appreciate superhero comics. They're just flat out funny. I bought She-Hulk when I was younger because I expected more of Hulk's smash, but I got something more. A main character that realized the absurdity of its fantastical premise and was able to discuss that, just that overblown concept with the reader long before Deadpool. This, without any spoilers, is what this show delivers, along with some flat-out laughs. See, there you go. This guy gets it. MCU sitcom that delivers. Finally, something just for fun. Poor first impression. Alright, hilarious. Not quite as bad as I thought. I've had a change of heart. Oh, see, like, this is genuine. Started out disliking the show, but it's grown on me. It's light and not serious. It's entertaining for what it is. Tatiana Maslany is great in the role. I've not come anywhere close to the point of loving it. However, I have found myself looking forward to the next episode. That's got to be worth something. Yeah, the CGI is bad. That's true. It's very uneven. Sometimes it'll look okay. Other times it looks like rubber. I notice that they can't decide how tall She-Hulk is supposed to be or how muscular. At times she's clearly 7 foot tall, but others she's only a head above an average 5'3" woman in the background. And sometimes she's normal toned, only to have hulking biceps later. There's a quality control and consistency issue. See, like, that's a legitimate criticism. That's fine. Fun show, but not flawless. Still needs to find its footing, but it's off to a decent start. See, most of these are actually pretty good reviews. The Incredible She-Hulk. And, I mean, these are all top reviews. So, I mean, the top reviews are pretty positive, folks. Pretty positive. Does the world hate fun? Honestly, I think everyone who talks bad about this show just simply hates fun. It's on the nose. Meta. It's supposed to be like this. I think it inherits the spirit of the successful comic book run, and it doesn't have to be so much in line with other titles in the MCU. As a fan of 2000s pop culture juggernauts like Mean Girls, I get the vibe. It's irreverent and messy, and I love it. For me. It's a fun show. Get over yourselves. Also, if there was a man playing the lead, y'all would have loved it. I recommend it for anyone who likes stupid jokes, pop culture references. I must say the CGI is kind of crappy, though. There you go. So, like, these are like all the top reviews, and they're almost universally positive. Few negative ones. It's getting worse. Who's running Marvel these days? Oh, this isn't even. These are like from when it started. So, silliness and utter waste of time. The more I watch, the more dislikable. Shrek 5, the final Marvel frontier. Worst Marvel series, the CGI makeup. Dull, just not good at all. The story. Most of these are from August. Like, there's a few from September. But, what is the point of this show? Alright, well, they were positive. And then we get into all of that stuff, so... Razor Fist. I don't know that one. So anyway, point is, definitely some review bombing shenanigans going on there. And that's simply the facts, folks. That's simply the facts. And anyone who tells you otherwise is trying to skew the facts. So watch who you're listening to. Actually try to think. I listen to the professional scores more than the audience scores, but even the professional critics can be wrong. Yeah, I mean, honestly, generally speaking, I just don't listen to critics at all. I decide for myself what I like. Crazy, I know, right? Another fandom menace cretin, only cosplaying as a badass metal fan who wishes he was in a badass 1980s action movie. Okay, I've never heard of him. The Rageaholic. I like his logo. Musk melts down Twitter again. The Iron Age of media cometh. I don't even know what this guy's talking about. Rageaholic Cinema, just talking about action movies and stuff. Like, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like he's just kind of doing some shtick. Is he really shit-talking anything, or... I don't know. I mean, from what I'm seeing here, he just kind of seems like a character reviewer. I don't know if he's even really a reviewer, but... Tend not to listen to reviewers until after I see a film. Well, even that, I don't listen to... I mean, I'll read some reviews. Yeah, exactly. Just kind of get a sense of what I was like, oh, that was kind of good. I liked it. I thought that one part was, kind of lacking, but overall, good stuff, or whatever, And then I'll just look at the reviews, kind of get a general sense. And sometimes I'll agree with some of the criticisms. Other times I'm like, wow, that's really nitpicky. So who's going to take down JL, guys? We haven't had a single dono all night. This show doesn't pay for itself. It all depends on you guys. Links at the top of the chat if you'd like to drop a few bucks into the pot and help keep us going. It looks like JL's been carrying the whole thing. We had a whole bunch of super chats from JL tonight. We had a super chat from Joel Morford earlier. JL's been carrying the whole show today. Curlatin, I've been waiting for this moment. Uh-oh. Here we go. Look out, you're about to incur the wrath of Curlatin. You've been warned. My dad didn't like Nope, but the reviewers said it's amazing, so I'm going to have to check it out. I liked, excuse me. I liked both of Jordan Peele's previous films. Get Out, which I thought was just an amazing sort of satire. And Us, which I thought was a great sort of scary take on the whole doppelganger idea. Yes. Oh, Curlatin is on a rampage here. YouTube, stop being a bunch of content freeloaders. Z needs money to live, to do content. Yes, we're in pretty good shape this month. I'd like to keep that momentum going if we can so that we don't fall behind again. Throughout this year, I've had some bonus tax money. We get quarterly tax bonuses here in Canada. Had a nice fat refund. And unfortunately, I was going to use it for equipment upgrades and, picking up some stuff to do videos about for Halloween. But it all ended up having to go towards bills because we weren't hitting our donation goals. So, we got to hit our goals or we can't keep doing stuff. Don't make Z go back and get a day job, please. I'm too old. My heart can't take it. Movie madness and entertainment. How's it going, dude? I think you, I creeped your YouTube channel the other day. You do the same kind of, you've been doing this kind of thing for a while, eh? Doing, like, basically kind of what I've started doing on the Toxic Takedown. Let me see here. Why are we frozen? There we go. Oh, yes, right. I was looking at your channel. I forget who it was pointed you out to me. It was, yeah, I think it was Travis actually pointed out. It says, oh, yeah, that guy, you should talk to him. He does the same kind of thing. So I looked at your channel. I was really confused at first because because of the titles and thumbnails. I was like, what? Wait a minute. Are you sure he does the same kind of things? Like, no, no, no. He puts the titles there to stick it to the toxic people. He uses their same titles and stuff, and like mocks their thumbnails. Like, oh, I get it. So it's like what I used to do with the HD rants, where I would put, whatever the shit take was that I was debunking, the shit take would be the title of the video. To lure those people in the hopes that it would educate them a little bit when they see the actual content. And then kind of what I'm doing with the Toxic Takedown now, where the way I've done it is kind of similar to what you're doing. Basically, the thumbnail will be the shit take. The title will be kind of the actual spin that I'm putting on it. And like that. So, very cool. I've been at it for a while. Would love to collab sometime. Find your channel back in the day from the TMNT and He-Man. Yeah, that was that's going back a bit. Yeah, the did a few videos on those. And He-Man, I did like the when I was collecting the Filmation library from BCI Eclipse. That was a great collection and stuff like that. So, did I ever work at a video rental store? No. I always kind of wanted to, but it seemed like it'd be right up my alley. But no, I actually never did. Never did. I think I applied at a few, but they foolishly did not hire me. Well, their loss. So, yeah. What can you do? But yeah, no, I'll have to watch some of your stuff, because definitely, wanting to connect with others fighting the good fight, as it were. So how's your stuff doing? Let me just take a look here. Oh yeah, it looks like we're in about the same view range at the moment here, getting around. Still in the triple digits. It's so frustrating when you see like the shit takes getting hundreds of thousands of views, and you do a video basically countering it, and barely anybody watches it. It's like, what, you don't like the truth, people? Yes, so did I. I watched that earlier today before doing the stream. Why are you not scrolling? Oh, there we go. Okay, I see some of your Star Wars ones got like big time views. That's cool. I'm always a little hesitant to do Star Wars content, because I swear some of the toxic side of that fandom is like borderline should be in an institution. They can get pretty crazy about it. So Matt Jarbo, I'll have to look into his stuff too. And I also loved Daredevil's Return. I thought it was great. It was a really fun episode. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. And thank you, LaFille, for the compliment about my hair. Thank you very much. Find out that most media owned by one company and push too much. Just get clicks. What was that part? That truth, other part is me. Well, if you're talking about like mainstream media, yeah, I mean that's sort of a big concern, is that it used to be a variety of studios competing for your business with their entertainment, and now it's like all these individual studios, some of which have been around a long time, being bought up by these bigger studios and just becoming one like mega company. I mean, look how many Disney's bought, I mean, they bought Lucasfilm. They bought Jim Henson Company. They bought Marvel. And they just bought Fox. And now we got Discovery merging with Warner and fucking systematically destroying Warner Brothers. That just makes me want to cry. Thankfully, Paramount is still independent. Sony is still independent. Sony Columbia Pictures. Yeah, Columbia Pictures has been owned by several mega corporations. I remember they were owned by the Coca-Cola company for quite a few years. Um, and then Sony bought them a while back. But, yeah. So I was pretty upset when Last Jedi came out, but I've become a better person. That's good. See? There's always hope. There's always hope. Sometimes it's about just kind of taking a step back. Yeah, instead of ranting on... focus on things I love instead of ranting on Star Wars. Really enjoy Andor now. Gotcha. I still have to see Andor. I've heard nothing but good things about it, honestly. The few not good things I heard about it, I don't know. They seem kind of nitpicky. But Disney will rule the world. Best Buy doesn't even answer the phone anymore. Only when they see you calling JL. It's like, oh god, it's JL again. No, we don't know when Season 1, Part 2 of Yashahime is coming out. Stop calling us. So you didn't like The Last Jedi? Yeah, we're big Last Jedi defenders around here. TriStar went under. Well, didn't they get merged into Columbia? Like, I remember it was Columbia TriStar for a while. Also, Disney. I mean, Disney used to have other companies too. Like, I remember Touchstone in the 80s. That was their sort of adult film. Well, I say adult film. I don't mean pornos. I mean, like, you know, mature stuff for not just, you know, they're non-family friendly stuff, basically. And that was a great like sort of sister studio. They had some great movies, Touchstone, but I hated it until I watched Rise of Skywalker, and then I realized Last Jedi is a masterpiece compared to Rise. The way I broke it down, it was just the fandom in general for that seemed to be like they just hate whatever the most recent thing is. Like when Force Awakens came out, they bitched and moaned that it was too much nostalgia and too much like the plot of A New Hope, and not enough original. Okay, notes taken, understood. So then they did The Last Jedi, which is like wildly different from any other Star Wars movie, and they're really doing a lot of different stuff, showing like super flawed heroes and stuff, which I love. I love flawed heroes, and everything, and they did something different. And then people bitched and moaned that it was too different. Okay, and then they did Rise of Skywalker, which tried to kind of give you a bit of both. And everybody hated Rise of Skywalker. It's like, you just can't win. You just can't win. So, I just watch... I don't even listen to any discourse about Star Wars anymore. I just enjoy what I enjoy. I really like the TV shows. Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan. Really enjoyed all three of those. So definitely looking forward to Andor and Ahsoka and all the other ones coming out. So we could have had Darth Jar Jar. I know, right? What a twist. Yeah, I actually really liked Force Awakens as well. I liked it for the fact that there was so much nostalgia and whatnot. Also nods to other things, like that whole opening scene where Rey is, exploring the wreckage. It's been a while since I've watched the wreckage of a Star Destroyer, I think. Basically scavenging. That was so a nod to Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind, if you've ever seen that. That was like right out of Nausicaa. I was like, oh, they're even like referencing other like sci-fi stuff in this. Like this is nice, which was great, because that's really what the original Star Wars was like a big love letter to the old Flash Gordon movie serials and Akira Kurosawa films and stuff like that. So it was nice. I liked that, and it was just a fun Star Wars-y movie, you know. For original films separately, and the Alien Quadrilogy DVD. Gotcha. Yeah, I just have, at this point, I have I have the first two in special edition, the anniversary edition Blu-rays that they put out a few years back, just because they're really nice editions. But I also have the Alien Anthology Blu-ray set, and then I have the special edition Laserdisc of the second one of Aliens, just purely for nostalgia reasons. All the contents of that are on the Blu-rays and the DVD set that came out a few years ago. But, you know. Well, I miss just generally being able to go into one of those big box stores, JL, and browse. I mean, you go back to my old videos where I was talking about going to Future Shop. You know, went down to Future Shop and got some goodies. You know, Future Shop, it was like the promised land of DVDs. This was before the days of Blu-ray. This is how long ago this was. So, like, early 2000s. You go to Future Shop, and it would just be aisles and aisles and aisles of DVDs. You know, all just filled, spines out. Now it's all face out because they got to make the shelves look more full. And it's not aisles and aisles anymore. My local Best Buy has 2 islands. They don't even have aisles anymore for physical media, and it's all new releases. There's no catalog stuff anymore. It's all just new shit. Very little of which I care about. And movie trading company. Well, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I mean, it used to be, I'd make the rounds. I'd go to Future Shop, and then there was also a Best Buy, so I'd go to the Best Buy. And I'd go to Walmart. And then there was also all the used stores. I'd go there, like the thrift stores. I'd go there, and I'd go through all the bins and find some rarities there, and it was great. And there was like other like local chains. We had like a Virgin. We had another. What the fuck was it? I don't even remember what it was called now. It was so long ago. We had one. It was like a local one. This is when I lived down in Victoria. But there was so many places, like so many that you literally just could not bring enough money to get all the stuff that caught your eye, you know. And you know, impulse buying is basically dead now. And that's how I got a lot of my initial collection, was impulse buys. I just see something cool in the bin. It's like, oh, that looks neat. And I grab it, you know, and find some hidden treasure. But, I mean, you don't find that. I mean, I do all my shopping on Amazon now. I basically get everything on Amazon. And, I mean, when I'm on Amazon, sure, they have their recommended list, or customers who buy this also bought that. But it's not the same as impulse buying. You know, they're just like going by algorithms to see what other things you might like. And half the time, the stuff they're recommending is stuff I already have. He still does them. Well, I mean, he might be in an area where there's more places still. I mean, like here, like HMV is gone. You mentioned that, Gizmondo. But we do have Sunrise Records. We have one Sunrise Records here, and we have Walmart. And those are basically the only two sort of last bastions for any semi-decent selection of physical media in a store. You know, other than that, I do all my 99% of the stuff I buy now, I just get on Amazon. You know, that's it. And a lot of the stuff that's sold online through the boutique labels and through Amazon and stuff isn't even sold in stores anyway. You know, and that's really the big change. I mean, physical media is still around, but the joy of, you know, window shopping or what have you is gone. You know, goes to Walmart, Target, Best Buy, and Fry's. Okay, well that's, you know, that's more than enough for an out and about video. You know, you got them from Amazon. Yeah, same here. That's what I do. The Blob, yeah, The Blob is a great remake, the 88 version of that. It's still going, but it's owned by Sunrise. Oh, there you go, yeah. The Criterion sales. Yeah, we don't get those here in Canada, Ninkyo. We, I don't know what the equivalent of that would be here. Because, I mean, Barnes & Noble ships to Canada, but even when the sales are on, after the exchange rate and the shipping, it basically ends up costing the same as what I would buy them for through Amazon Canada, like regularly, you know. Although I have noticed sometimes Amazon Canada does have Criterions quietly on sale. That's why I picked up Ghost World when I did, was because it was on sale. It wasn't like half price, but it was definitely cheaper than it is normally. Oh, I forgot to mention, when I took my last break, I was afraid that I didn't have enough time to get back before the music ended, because when I went over to check the slow cooker, the top was actually had risen off the slow cooker because I guess the meat had expanded in some way somehow, or something had gone underneath, some of the food had gone underneath it and pushed it up. I don't know what had happened, but anyway, it had pushed up, and it wasn't sealed. I'm like, well, shit, it's not going to cook properly like that. So I had to literally take everything out and shuffle it all around so that the lid could sit down on it again, like could seal it properly. So should be fine now. But yes, that was with about 2 hours left on the clock. So hopefully that's enough for it to finish cooking all the way through. Yeah, it's a roast beef anyway. It's all right if it's a little pink in the middle. I don't mind. But you know, still kind of annoying that happened. So is that what was this? Oh, virtually everything in Star Wars outside of the prequels Force Awakens was a good promising start, but then the story was rushed, chopped, and changed to the point. Rise tries to retcon The Last Jedi. They didn't have it planned out, sadly. Well, that's not entirely true. First, everything in Star Wars outside of the prequels were planned. Were planned? Because I know that they weren't. It's even been documented it was pretty free flow. Even the prequels were only outlined, never really supposed to have existed. So my message on my phone are so small. If I make mistakes typing it, yep. Tiny, teeny, weeny text. Well, it's not like they just made it up as they went along, as some fans say. Like, you literally cannot do that with a $200 million movie. You need to have it planned out. It's not like you just fire up the camera and say, okay, we're going to do this today because why the fuck not? No, there's meticulous planning. They had like a guide. Yeah. In the planning stages between movies, sure, they made changes. But you know what? People bitch and moan about that. But you know what? It was the same with the original trilogy. You know, the original trilogy was not planned out. They made it up as they went along, as much as you can with those. They basically did the first one. It was meant to be kind of a standalone. Room for sequels if they decided to continue it, if it was a success. They didn't really expect it to be the huge hit that it was. But they, when it was a huge hit, obviously they got the go-ahead to do a sequel, so they made up a new story for the sequel. That was an even bigger hit, so they made up a further story for the third one, That's it, so. And that's why we ended up with 2 Death Stars, basically, yeah. It's like, I don't know what to do. Let's just do another Death Star. Fuck it. Okay. But that's the thing. Like, Luke and Leia weren't meant to be brother and sister. That was a retcon introduced in the third movie, actually. Darth Vader wasn't meant to be Luke's father. That was just made up for the second movie. I felt like, even as a kid, I felt like they were just making this shit up to have a big, startling revelation in each movie. Like, even as a kid, I wasn't buying that shit. But, yeah. So I was 5 years old when the first one came out. So that means I was 8 when the second one came out, and 11 when the third one came out. So I never had those laser discs, JL. We have discussed this to death. How are you still confused? I never owned the original versions in any format. My parents had them on full-screen VHS, but I never actually owned them. I meant to get them, but I never got around to it. So, I wanted the 9-disc set, the big Laserdisc set. The first Star Wars that I owned was on VHS, and it was the special editions, the 1997 special editions. So, I am not sure I can forgive smokes in a jar. Imagine Jar Jar in a jar. A Jar Jar Jar? Yeah, the definitive collection set. Yeah, the one with, at the time, the biggest selection of extras. That's the one I wanted. But I never got it. Rey coming from nothing and being her own hero was much more interesting than the Palpatine reveal BS. Would have taken Rey being a reincarnation of Anakin. Oh yeah, I still have all my old Star Wars toys. Yeah, I have most of the original Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back line, like Wave 1 of both. All loose. But yes. Well, in fact, if you watch my Christmas 1981 with the McLeans, great watch for the holiday season, by the way. If you watch that, that was the Christmas when I got a shit ton of Empire Strikes Back toys. And I still have every one of them that I got that Christmas. And all the other Star Wars ones that I got before. There's a couple of things where I'm missing pieces, but most of them are still intact. And, I kept them. Which is pretty impressive, considering those original Star Wars toys, I would have been like 5, 6 years old. So, I've got a little bit of Episode 1 stuff and some other, like, collector's things. I've got, like, a special, like, display Boba Fett, which is really cool. I have a whole bunch of Episode 1 Pez dispensers. I'm sure some, and those are all in the original packaging. I'm sure I've got a few. I do have a few Return of the Jedi action figures that I can't remember where I got them, like clearance at Walmart or something. But I got a few of those. I got a couple of Ewoks, and I've got Jedi Master Luke, all in the original, still on the original cards. But, oh no! Oh, the leg broke. Oh no. Do I own every home video and toy release of E.T.? No. I have what I showed in that closer look a while back. That's
Give
all
me
I
a
have.
kiss.
Okay.
I have been blowing my nose.
Good. I'm glad I got Kleenex. Yeah.
When will food be done?
In about an hour. And that was the start of the zombie apocalypse. Yeah. Yeah, the only other edition of E.T. that I got since was the Blu-ray. I got the Digibook edition of the Blu-ray just because I wanted to have it in high definition. So, and I think JL is sending me the latest edition. The 4K. Alright. I wasn't sure that it had come out yet. Yeah, thank you. So that'll be my 4K release, thanks to JL. Well, I hope you got yourself a copy. I mean, it's E.T. Gotta have E.T. in 4K, man. But, yeah, I think you were just gonna get me the Blu-ray, and I said, well, can you make it the 4K? Because I already have the Blu-ray. It'd be nice to have a 4K edition that I can enjoy when I finally get a 4K player. So, yeah. Copy of E.T. from 2012 had disc rot. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I better check mine then. I have the gift set. Actually, you know what I should do? I should rip the one that the disc that has the 2002 cut, because that's kind of a rarity nowadays. I've never actually watched that version. I had zero interest in it because it's like the original 1982 version is my childhood. You know, I had no desire to see it get tinkered with. I'm sure we will at some point, maybe for like an anniversary or something. Oh wait, this is an anniversary. This is the 40th anniversary this year, isn't it? 40th anniversary of a lot of great movies, because 1982 was an amazing year. 40th anniversary of Blade Runner, Dark Crystal, Tron, The Thing, E.T. Can't remember. There's even more. No, some DVDs definitely suffer disc rot. Yeah, any optical disc format does. It really, especially if the manufacturing was in any way substandard. But and with Laserdisc, it wasn't all Laserdiscs either. It was just wow. Naruto's been out since 1982. Wow, that's crazy. Or no, not 1982. That's 20 years ago, not 40. So 2002. Interesting. But yeah, with Laserdiscs, it was primarily the ones I heard about having the most issues was there was a particular manufacturing plant that Sony used for a lot of their Columbia Pictures releases. And for whatever reason, this manufacturing plant had some kind of quality control issue, and the discs that came out of there were often prone to rot, sometimes within just a few years. So, yeah. First Blu-ray I saw have disc rot was my Digibook of Blade Runner that I got in 2012. Had to rebuy it. It was like $64 versus the $15 I paid for it when it first came out. Oh, that's annoying. Blu-ray disc rot annoys it. Yeah, I need to... I want to get the Kino Lorber release of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, the box set they put out. Because the Australian set I have, one of the discs, I'm guessing has some kind of disc rot because it skips. All your laser discs seem fine. Yeah, I know I got a couple that have disc rot, but yeah, that's fine. I've since got those movies on Blu-ray anyway. But there were certain manufacturers that were pretty consistent with quality. Like MCA Universal, their discs were always top-notch. I've never had a disc rot problem with them. I've still got a bunch of them. Pioneer was always top-notch. Never any issues with them. Yeah, it was really just the only ones I really heard about were, I mean, some of the cheaper labels, but then also the Sony Columbia Pictures stuff. Like I remember the Starship Troopers Laserdisc apparently had a lot of issues with disc rot. And I remember that being a particularly problematic one. But, yeah. An ET version of the logo. Did they? Like, I'm guessing of the bicycle flying by or something? Because I know Amblin Entertainment uses that. God, is Amblin even... Amblin isn't even around anymore, are they? No, they got merged into DreamWorks, I think. Yeah. Halloween 3, yeah, that's another one, yeah. I actually really like Halloween 3. For much the same reasons.
Have you ever seen Halloween 3?
Yes. It was the one that didn't have Michael in it. I think it's the last one you saw, actually.
Shamrock?
Yeah, Silver Shamrock.
That one was good.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I wish they stuck to the original Halloween concept rather than, like, being forced to only do Michael Myers.
Like the anthology idea? Yeah. Well, that's what they tried to do with the third one, but then everybody got pissed off that Michael wasn't in it. So then we got a string of increasingly awful Michael Myers movies.
Apparently the last one is coming out the 14th or something.
Yes. I still have to see the previous one.
It's like the end of Halloween or something.
Halloween Ends, yeah.
Yeah. Thank God.
Oh, Amblin is still around. Okay.
I feel bad for the creator. Just like his idea of being shunned and then forced to do fucking Myers the rest of his life.
Well, it was John Carpenter. He was only really involved with the first three. And now I think
He's just like, you know what, fuck you guys.
Well,
Do whatever
he
you want.
honestly, he doesn't care. As long as he gets some money, he just wants to get paid.
He made the thing, right?
Yes.
He's the old scrawny guy with the beard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he has like a mustache, not a beard, but
yeah.
Usually, sometimes. And chain smokes like a chimney.
Yeah. He's cool. He's like one of my favorite actors. Or producers.
Yeah, you should listen to some of the commentary tracks on those.
Because like this scene was a fucking pain in the ass.
Well, no, like for The Thing, for example, he does a commentary track with Kurt Russell. And any commentary with the two of them, it's just like two old buddies just shooting the shit and like laughing and joking.
You have to listen to the Rick and Morty commentary. They're drunk through like all
I've
of
listened
them.
to some of them, yeah.
They're drunk through almost all of them, and they don't record them in order.
That's what you were saying, yeah.
So they're like, yeah, we don't know what episode this is anymore. Just like, here you go.
So it's like some of them will be really sober and lucid, and others will just be like blitzed out of their mind. And then back to sober the next episode, and yeah.
It's so funny, though.
Buster Rhymes, yes. John Carpenter has his name with the Halloween film, starting with Halloween. Yeah, exactly. So he'll get some kind of kickback for that, and he doesn't care. It's like, sure, money for existing, you know. But still handles some of the music. Oh, it's possible, yeah. I think he might have done some music for the new ones, like you're talking about the new trilogy. Yeah, I think you're right there.
I love you, little big bean.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Okay. I love you too, little bean.
You're a little big bean, and
I'm little big bean. Yeah.
Sounds like a ripoff of Little Big Planet.
Little big bean.
It's like if Fall Guys and Little Big Planet had a crossover.
Mm-hmm.
Because they look like beans.
Right.
Miss Little Big Planet.
Sure. Your Starship Troopers Laserdisc is fine.
I was like a pro.
Well, you were one of the lucky ones, Vermin.
Bye.
See ya. Eraser, Under Siege 2, Heavy Metal, and Air Force One are notorious LD Roger. Yeah, all Sony. At least I know Heavy Metal is. I think some of the other ones are too. But, yeah. Am I a fan of Star Trek Deep Space Nine? I haven't seen a ton of it, but I liked what I've seen. I definitely like to see the rest of it at some point. Paramount and Warner seem to have bad disc run on Blu-rays. Really? Interesting. Well, shit. See, that's a problem because at least with DVDs, if they start to show signs of rot, I'm able to rip them fairly easily, and I can preserve the contents. You know, Blu-rays not so much. A, because they take up like 10 times the disc space. Well, no, like 5 times the disc space. And B, I don't have a Blu-ray drive for my computer. I only have a DVD drive. So, make MKV, yeah. Well, because with that, you can preserve the disc structure and everything, too. But, Captain Marvel? That's crazy. That's like, what, not even 5 years old? Is this like the days of Laserdisc again? What are you doing? Weirdo. Ever heard of somebody with a clean copy of the Heavy Metal Laserdisc? All those discs are terrible. Yeah. I have that on Blu-ray now. Fucking love that movie. I still remember like seeing clips of it when I was like 12. And not being allowed to watch it for obvious reasons. But I'd see clips of it and I felt like so bad because I was watching this, you know, cartoon with boobs in it. But needless to say, I've seen it many, many times since, and it has long since become a favorite. Whoa, watch it! Take it easy, you two. Fuck's sake, speaking of which. Stop crashing through all my shit. Calm down. Don't jump on this. Cat's crashing through my stacks of stuff that I'm in the middle of doing closer looks about. It's like, yes, I'd prefer you didn't smash through all my things. Speaking of which, closer looks, I'm working on a few. I've been working on them literally since July. Filmed most of the tabletop segments back in the summer. Still have to do the bookend segments, piece it all together, and then they're good to go. But some good stuff. Doing an overview of my Blade Runner collection, which is something I haven't really done before, including a fresh look at the briefcase set, because the last time I looked at it, it was before I had a high-def camera. So we go really in-depth with that. Got a 3-part series coming up about my Dune collection. That's books, movies, and games. And some other stuff. I can't remember. Anyway, all that, and then a whole bunch more about the other Sonic shows that I got more recently. Some of the stuff that Frank sent me, like Sonic X, Sonic Boom, the new set of Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the Blu-ray set. So those, some of the other cartoon sets like Dragon's Lair. I got a big closer look I'm working on that I know a lot of you guys have been wanting for a while, since I did the Transformers sets a while back, showing all my GoBots videos. So I got quite a lot of those. I got almost all the VHS releases, and then I recently got the DVD set, which I've actually been watching. That DVD set is awesome. Like, it's bare bones, but quality-wise, I've never seen GoBots look so good. Like, they went right back to the film sources, which means they have the film, which means they could do it on Blu-ray, but I don't know if they will. I mean, it's 65 episodes. It's a tall order. The only thing that they haven't re-released is the fucking movie, Battle of the Rock Lords, because Paramount owns that, apparently. So I do have the VHS release of that, but there has yet to be a DVD. I mean, I've searched the internet just to see if there's even like an HD version for streaming or something, but nope, there's just nothing. The only versions I found on the internet were rips of the VHS tape. So it's like, well, that's great. Too hot and humid. Well, a basement would be cold, actually, because cold sinks, heat rises. But could be humid, like musty and stuff like that. Rock Lords, yeah, it was weird. It was a weird direction, because that came out, was it the same year as the Transformers movie, or was it the year after? I can't remember. The problem was Hasbro had snapped up all of the best Japanese transforming robot toys for their Transformers line, so there wasn't much left over for Tonka for GoBots. So I don't know if they just came up with the Rock Lords themselves. I think they did. So they did, transforming rocks, which is totally what kids want to play with. Rocks. Surely they would prefer rocks over planes and jets, or planes and cars and tanks and trains and giant cities and stuff like that. It's all about rocks. You have a Rock Lords toy? I thought you were about to chew me out. I have a Rock Lord, you! Yeah. But, yeah, needless to say, that didn't save the franchise. And, yeah, GoBots came and went pretty quick. It lasted about the maximum length of time that an action figure franchise typically lasts, which is about 3 years. So, they got their 3 years. Hey! Alright, come on, get away from there, you guys. Away. Wrestling all over my cords. Cats. Yeah, I mean, they're still young. They're both under a year old, so they're very hyper. They're very much still big kittens, basically. But yeah, they'll kind of sleep all day, and then they'll be hyper. And also, we live in darkness here. We have, I have blackout curtains over all the windows because of filming. I need to have control over the lighting in the environment and stuff, so I basically have everything blacked out. So it's perpetual night here in the apartment. So I imagine that's totally messed with the cats' body clocks. I'm sure it's messed with our body clocks too. But, so, you hear the whole thing about cats going batshit insane at 3 a.m. every night. Well, for them, 3 a.m. is whenever the fuck they feel like it. So, yeah. Small text, grr, phones. But yeah, I have the green liar-like Rock Lord, and the Rock Lord car with a little spring-loaded nose on it that bashed my brother's knees, not as a weapon. I see. Well put. Very clear. I'm just giving you a hard time now because I know how frustrated you are with that tiny little telephone keyboard. What is it like? It's like when they ran out of ideas on the Ninja Turtles toys. They put some weird characters and variations. Yeah. Well, see, like Ninja Turtles. I don't know if you guys have seen Turtle Power, that documentary about the history of the Ninja Turtles. Amazing documentary. Highly recommended. But that's one of the things they talk about is they actually, I figure it was Peter Laird, I think, was just kind of obsessively documented everything. So they actually have footage of them, like video of them in the actual meeting with the toy company where they're making the deal for the Ninja Turtles toys. Like, I mean, he was just doing it for his own posterity or whatever, but little did they know what a piece of history they were actually filming right there. And that's how I know about the whole lifespan of a toy line, is from that documentary, because they talk about that. They say that typically an action figure line or a doll line has a lifespan of about 3 years. So the guy's talking to me. He says, so I just want you guys to, be aware of that. So you go into this with realistic expectations. Like 3 years. If you get your 3 years, then that's good. You've had a good run, and you can enjoy that as a success. Mm-hmm. How many years is it now? Like Ninja Turtles is just that franchise that never dies. Like, it just... I remember when it was just a comic book. Like, I used to collect the original comic book. I didn't collect a lot of them. I collected for about a year. And I thought it was great. Like, the original black and white comics. Now I've got the reprint editions of them. But that's all it was. And then the 80s cartoon came out, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. And I liked the cartoon a lot, even though it was, pretty heavily watered down from the comic. But that was kind of expected at the time. We didn't have, like, specialty channels or streaming services or the internet at all back then. I mean, this was, like, the 80s. So, it was very restrictive as far as what they could do for content. So I didn't care. Like, I was just happy to see the Turtles brought to life in some form, So, yeah. But then seeing all the different iterations over the years, I mean, both the comics and the shows, it's crazy. Early 80s Ninja Turtles comics to current Ninja Turtles. Yeah, I mean, it just keeps going. I mean, there's scarcely been a year that there hasn't been some form of Ninja Turtles, like new Ninja Turtles show on TV. You had the 80s show that ran for like 10 years. And then you had then you had the live action one, Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation. Then you had the 2003 series. Then you had the 2012 series. And then you got the current series. Like, it just keeps going. And then there's action figures and comic books and tie-in merchandise for all of that. Now you got IDW with their license crossing over with other franchises and stuff. You know, you got Batman meeting the Ninja Turtles. You got the real Ghostbusters meeting the Ninja Turtles. You got fucking Transformers meeting the Ninja Turtles. You got everybody meeting the Ninja Turtles. So it's like a multiverse of multiverses. And it's crazy. So Sandro Sensei asked, do you think the King Conan movie will ever happen in this day and age where this is seen as toxic masculinity by Hollywood? Like Conan? I don't know. Do you really... it's hard to say, like... Because there's a lot of positive aspects to Conan as well. Like, I wouldn't say he's toxic masculinity, per se. He's more complex than that. I don't want to get into a whole Conan discussion right now. I could go for hours. But I think it's a possibility. I mean, I think it would be great. I know Arnie's been wanting to do one. But, I mean, they're going to have to hurry. He's getting old, you know? He's only going to be able to do it for not much longer, you know? So I'd like them to do it, but I don't know if it will ever happen, honestly, by this point. So, but that's a good way. Conan stands for courage and believing in yourself. And I mean, he does help the less fortunate from time to time. But for the most part, Conan looks out for himself. I mean, he's had a lot of different careers over the years. He was a pirate. He was a thief. He was a soldier. And then ultimately became king of Aquilonia. But, and he loves good drink and fine women, you know. Doesn't really want to get tied down in a relationship. He's more just about living in the moment. But the other thing is, and some of Conan's values are ones that I really respect, and I think are good. In particular, if you look at the first chapter of Tower of the Elephant, one of the famous Robert E. Howard stories, where he's in the tavern and he's talking and he's hearing this guy boasting about his exploits, and he comes over and he's asking him some questions, and the guy's just really rude to him and is like putting him down. And Conan comments about the fact, like, this is why I hate civilization, because everything everyone says has a double meaning. They put you down just for asking a simple question, and it's like, is this what civilized man is? Like, give me the barbarian life, where people just say what they mean and are true to their word and just don't fuck with people, essentially, you know. And I like that. I like why can't people just be straight with each other? Why do we gotta like be assholes? You know, and that's basically all he's saying is, why are so many civilized men assholes to other men, you know, and women and just everything. And like that's one reason why Conan hates being in like big cities and like civilization and whatnot. He much prefers the barbarian lifestyle because it's just more honest. You know, they don't hide anything. They just tell it like it is and stuff like that. So anyway, sorry, Andrew Widensall, you were saying, hey, Zarnazar, I can only interact much, but I wanted to stop by and say hello. I really enjoy your videos, especially your closer look videos and movie collection updates. Well, thank you very much, dude. I really appreciate that. I was just saying, I don't know if you were here for it, I was just saying I'm actually working on a big batch of closer looks, slowly putting them together. Looking at some other stuff, some more sort of sections of the collection, and some shorter ones as well. I thought, it doesn't all have to be box sets all the time. I got a lot of like single disc or double disc releases, just little sets that I know are of interest to everybody. So doing some shorter ones and some longer ones, some more in-depth ones and some simpler ones, some kind of a mix. Have a few more updates coming as well. And then, of course, the new rant series, Toxic Takedown, which we're having some fun with. So, yeah. Oh, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. That's right, because ninjas are evil, so we can't have the word ninja in a children's show. Yeah. And just like G.I. Joe was Action Force, full force. Yeah. I remember, I forget what it was, if it was it the G.I. Joe set I can't remember. I think it was the G.I. Joe set I have, where one episode, I think, of, if I remember correctly, it was Arise, Serpentor, Arise. One episode uses the Action Force audio for the main episode. So, like, suddenly they're saying full force instead of Yo Joe. And, like, what? What's going on? And then I realized what had happened. They got the wrong audio track when they were mastering it. I don't know if that was the Shout Factory set or if that was a different one. I can't remember. I haven't watched them for a while, so. Yeah. Nothing wrong with Transformers. Oh, the name. Yes, correct. Transformers. And here in Canada, Beast Wars was changed to Beasties, and then War Planets was changed to Shadow Raiders, which is a cooler title than Beasties. Like a cooler alternate title. So. Bram Stoker's Dracula. I actually keep meaning to do a review on that one. I kind of have mixed feelings about it, because, of course, I've read the book, and I've looked at a lot of other adaptations of Dracula, and one of the things I always kind of look for is to see how accurate they are to the book. The 1992 one is in some respects, and very much is not in other respects. It actually borrows more from other Dracula movies than it does from the book. Although there are some aspects of it that it takes from the book that other movies haven't really touched on before. But the one thing I do like about it is I also think some of the actors aren't terribly good in it. But as much as I love those actors normally, like Winona Ryder and Keanu Reeves, love them, but it's just painful hearing them try to do English accents. Gary Oldman is amazing, as always. He's just an incredible actor who can do no wrong. I'm just not wild on certain aspects of that particular take on the character of Dracula. But one thing I will say is it does have amazing visuals. It's a very visually pleasing film, and all done practically as well, no CG, and because that was at a time when CG was starting to happen, and Francis Ford Coppola actually fired his effects crew because he told them what they wanted to do, and they said, oh, there's no way you can do that without CG, and he's like, bullshit, you're fired. So he fired everybody, and he hired his son, who was a up and coming effects artist. He hired his son to do all the visual effects. And lo and behold, his son figured out how to do them all practically, and almost all the effects are done in camera. So not only practically, but with a minimum of compositing. Just amazing. When you get into the technical side of how they did that film, it's really fucking impressive. So I like those aspects of it. I had some issues with the story and some of the characterizations. But then other aspects of it, I really like how they characterize them. Like I like how we get all three suitors for Lucy Westenra's affections, and we get some interplay between them and how they have kind of a playful rivalry, even though they all really want to be with Lucy, but Lucy's just kind of playing them all off each other. That's very much like it is in the book, and it was nice to see that kind of brought to life a little more fully than we had seen previously. And having all three of them there. We have Quincy, Arthur, and Dr. Seward. But other versions would tended to get rid of one of them, or merge two of them, or whatever, or change their version, or change their names or personalities or whatever. My favorite movie version, I've got a few. I mean, probably my favorite adaptation, honestly, even though it's, incredibly low budget and very 70s BBC, is the 70s BBC version with Louis Jourdan and Frank Finlay as just an amazing Van Helsing, and what's-his-face, Jack something, I forget his last name off the top of my head, but the actor who played Renfield in that one is one of my favorite takes on Renfield. I think he's just amazing. Yeah, it's just a great adaptation. Although I mean, it is very low budget because it's mid to late 70s, 1977 BBC. But it's very good. Yeah, the DVD's out of print, but you can find the movie on YouTube. It's quite easy to find. Just look up Count Dracula 1977 BBC Louis Jourdan, and you should be able to find it. So it's it's definitely worth checking out. It's one of my favorites. And it was actually recommended by a viewer, one of you guys. Well, I don't know if one of you guys in the room here, but one of my viewers at the time recommended it, and it had somehow slipped under my radar. I didn't even know it existed. I was like, wait a minute, Louis Jourdan as Dracula? That is like such perfect casting. So yeah, so I tracked down the DVD like almost immediately, and checked that out. Other than that, other movie versions. Well, I mean, of course, the Bela Lugosi one is just a beautiful gothic film, which I love. Even though it takes a lot of liberties with the story. I mean, you can't not love Dwight Fry as Renfield. He's just amazing in that film. That's one of his more substantial roles too. That guy really got shafted. He should have been a superstar. He was such a good actor. But others I like. The 1979 version. Frank Langella, that one's really good. Had to get the Scream Factory of that because it finally gave us the original theatrical Technicolor version, not just the muted home video version. So that's definitely worth getting for that alone. And greetings, Box Knight 7 and Remote Fan 99. How's it going? So yeah, there's a lot of good versions out there that I've enjoyed over the years. Oh, I also really like the Jess Franco one, actually. The Count Dracula with Christopher Lee. It's not one of the Hammer ones. He did it on the side. Oh, and the Jack Palance one. The 1974 Jack Palance one. That's really good. That's actually where the 1992 one gets the love story from. It's just ripped off part and parcel from the 1974 version. Which is funny because the 1974 version, directed by Dan Curtis himself freely admits ripping off himself because the love story in that is taken straight out of Dark Shadows. Yeah. So, because the love story is not in the book. A lot of people think that it's from the book. It is not. There is no love story in the book other than Harker and Mina, and Lucy and whoever the fuck she chose. I think she chose Quincy. Didn't she? Yeah, she chose Quincy. But, yeah. And that's it. There's no Dracula love story. Dracula does not love. He is a predator. We are his prey. We are nothing more than cattle to him. And the 1977 version retains that. There's a great little moment where he's talking to Mina. Is it Mina or Lucy? I can't remember. Talking to one. I think it's Mina. He's talking to Mina and describes her as cattle. Describes her as his beautiful wine press, and her blood is like wine to him. So it's a good way of putting it. I talked about that in my review. The fact that it's one of the few times that Dracula's really been portrayed properly as a predator, and we are just food. We are his food. You know. Which one? Blu-ray coming with 4K of Pulp Fiction is the same Blu-ray master. I don't know. I didn't know there was a 4K coming. I have the Blu-ray from a while back. But I can imagine that one and Kill Bill would look amazing in 4K. Very visually dynamic films. in the book and the mother of baby, the dragon. Yes, that's right. That's in one of the movie versions. I can't remember which one now. Might be the 1977 one, actually. I can't remember. But I remember seeing that in one of the movie versions. But, yeah, I mean, that's like proper horror. I mean, can you imagine how horrific that book was when it first came out? Like 100 years ago or more, or however long it is. But Paramount is releasing Pulp Fiction. Oh, okay. Yeah, Paramount's been stepping up their game lately. I like that they've been putting out more of their catalog stuff in their like collector's series or whatever they're calling it. Because they really weren't doing much for a while. So I don't know what the problem was, but they seem to have finally sorted out their shit. Yes, all of which has since been rectified. Predator finally got a remaster, but only on 4K. The Blu-ray that comes with that is still the Ultimate DNR edition. The Thing, of course, has had a few deluxe editions since. There's the Arrow edition and the Scream Factory edition. Dawn of the Dead also got a deluxe Blu-ray from Scream Factory, which includes the unrated edition DVD as a bonus disc, so you get all the extras from there. So that's good. The Lost World, which was recently a silent release. Oh. Interesting. Why have I got my headphones on again? Oh, I'm just so used to wearing the headphones. There we go. Oh, mercy. Well, I'm getting tired, guys. Maybe we won't be doing any filming tonight. Mind you, I've been up since 6:30 this morning, so... Yeah. Well, it did. It got a remaster on 4K. But yeah, it should have... I mean, most of the times when they do a re-release like that, they'll put the new transfer on the Blu-ray as well. Like the recent Star Trek releases, for example, where they finally did new masters of them, new proper remasters. And the Blu-rays that are included with those are the new transfers. They're not the old 2009 ones. The 2009 ones seem to have finally been retired. Thank God. That only took forever. Did I ever think that Minority Report is a bad movie? No, actually, I've always liked that one. I like that one a lot. I'm just, you know, given the events of the past, I don't know, 15 years or so, I've become less of a Tom Cruise fan. Mostly because of all the Scientology insanity and what he put Katie Holmes through as a part of that and stuff like that. So, yeah. Not wild about Tom these days. So, Minority Report might be like one of the last movies I sort of watched him in and enjoyed. Another one would be Magnolia, actually. Magnolia is really good. You have the 2009 Trek Blu-rays? My condolences. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I mean, we all have our own sort of threshold for where we separate the art from the artist. Because let's face it, a lot of famous actors and artists and directors and whatnot have done questionable things, shall we say. Some quite horrible. So it's all a matter of where you draw that line personally, you know. And everybody's different in that respect. Like, for example, I don't think I could ever watch anything with Bill Cosby in it ever again. And that one really hurts because I grew up listening to his stand-up comedy and everything. But it's just been forever tainted for me about, you know, the things he did to all those women over the years, you know. It's just awful. And part of the thing with Tom, you know, with the whole Katie Holmes thing, is one of my friends knows Katie Holmes. And this is like a friend of the family, friend of a friend of the family, or something like that. But you know, and says she's every bit as sweet and nice and lovely as you would expect. And he put her through absolute hell with all the Scientology shit. And their kid, you know, they have a daughter together. But yeah, so I was quite happy for her when I found out that they finally split up. So, Pulp Fiction coming to 4. Yeah, someone just mentioned that. I was saying how that would be a good one for Blu-ray because of the awesome visuals in it. It's a very good looking film, beautiful. Quentin Tarantino always does really impressive. Hail Xenu. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino always has really nice cinematography in his movies. Like, he really has a good eye for, you know, making shots pretty. I gotta rewatch some of his films. I still haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I have it, but I haven't watched it yet. I'd like to rewatch his westerns as well, The Hateful Eight and Django Unchained. I've only seen both of those once. I remember really liking them. The Hateful Eight being kind of a subversive remake of The Thing. Oh, like one of the old ones, eh? 97 or 98. Yeah, I remember that got like a Criterion release on Laserdisc back in the day. But never came out on any other formats than Criterion. Same with RoboCop. They did the first release ever of the unrated cut of RoboCop. So I snapped that Laserdisc up when it came out. But Edge of Tomorrow. Oh, the Live, Die, Repeat one. Yeah, I might check that one out just because I do love me some good sci-fi. And I like time loop stuff like that. It's good stuff. But like I haven't seen any of the Mission Impossibles past the second one. And I really only wanted to see that because John Woo directed it. And I thought it had some dynamic visuals, but just was not a very good film. And then, yeah, just haven't seen any of the sequels, and really have no desire to. Everybody tells me they're great. I'm sure they're lovely, but I just can't separate the art from the artist anymore in that respect. So I just. Yeah. Not for me. But I'll still watch some of his older stuff, you know, the pre-crazy years. Oh god, yeah, you're not the only one asking for that, Remote Fan. The Abyss and True Lies, both. Still only on 4x3 letterbox DVD. We don't even have an anamorphic widescreen DVD of them. There's been rumors that he's been working on Blu-rays of that, like remasters of it, but I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. Yes, I have those too, Mr. Carr. I still have those. I basically hung on to them because of, well, for the extras and because the Blu-rays were terrible. The Blu-rays basically use the same masters that they used for those DVDs. Just DNR'd to shit. So I'm like, I'll just hang on to these for now, you know? Definitely want those new ones, though. Do I look forward to it? Not really. I wasn't a big fan of the first one. But I mean, I'll watch the Avatar sequels. So Rosie really likes the first one, so I do have the Blu-ray with like 3 different cuts of the movie on it. I always watch the most extended one whenever I watch it. I find it fixes some of the issues with the story, but not all of them. No, the first Star Trek Blu-rays are terrible. Absolute garbage. Yeah, if you want to get it, get the new ones. The new ones that just came out. Because they're all brand new 4K remasters. And in the case of the motion picture, they put out that special edition that has all 3 cuts of it for the first time, which is great. And for the director's edition, they actually remastered all the effects and redid all the effects in 4K and fixed a lot of problems with it. So, the 4x3 letterbox Star Trek, probably, yeah. Back in the early days of DVD, wouldn't surprise me. I watched the longest cut of Avatar as well, way better than the theatrical. I agree. Yeah, it just fills in some gaps there in the story, and it just feels more complete, you know. Yeah, theatrical release. It did. Yeah, it was the I think it was of the director's edition. Yeah. My favorite edition, my favorite cut is the special longer version, mainly because that's the one I watched the most growing up. I had the VHS of it back in the day. That's the one I'm most intimately familiar with. Also, with the original director's edition, I didn't actually like some of the changes that were made. Like with the sound effects and some of the cuts and stuff like that. But do you think they'll do a sequel to Oh, I think so. I mean, it was a pretty big success from what I understand. So, yes, I've been waiting for that one for so long. The 1931 Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's been so conspicuously absent from Blu-ray for so long. It's about frickin' time. Yeah, that's an absolute must-buy for me. I've never seen it. Or actually, no, I think I saw it maybe when I was a kid, but I don't remember anything about it. But that's what I've been wanting for the longest time. Because it's another one of the early horror films. 1931 was like a big year for horror movies. Just kind of, kickstarting the genre. And, yeah, I mentioned True Lies there. But yeah, and Frederick March, I think, won an Academy Award for that. Imagine that, someone winning an award for a horror movie. That sure doesn't happen these days. Yeah, Freaks definitely needs a Blu-ray. It's so sad that all the footage that was cut from that is basically gone forever. Dr. Jekyll and Miss Hyde? No, I have it, though. That's the Hammer one, right? Or, no, Dr. Jekyll... No, it's Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde. That's what it was. But, what's this? Disney Plus adding the ad tier stuff. It's the first I've heard of it, so I don't have any thoughts. What exactly is it? Like, you can watch for free with ads or something? True Lies DVD looks like a Laserdisc. Oh, well, yeah, basically is. It's probably the same transfer they used with the Laserdisc. Like, the same master. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. You probably already know, but Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is actually getting a 4K release. And is including about 75 minutes of deleted and extended scenes. So it's like getting a whole second movie of deleted scenes. So both getting a remaster and getting all these deleted scenes that we've never seen before, which is pretty awesome. So... Oh, Dr. Jekyll and Ms. Hyde is the comedy with Sean Young. Okay. Sisterhide. Okay, yeah. No, I haven't seen it yet. There's a lot of stuff in the Hammer collection I haven't actually watched yet. I kind of wanted to fill in all the gaps in the collection first and then just kind of binge. Although, I have watched a few of them. I watched all nine of the Dracula films, which I'd never seen before. That was a lot of fun. I think the first one and Scars of Dracula were my favorites there. Although I really enjoyed Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires, the Kung Fu one. That was a lot more fun than I was expecting. That was a good time. And then I've also watched the Quatermass movies, because I love Quatermass. Basically like prototype Doctor Who in a lot of ways. And then watched X the Unknown and The Abominable Snowman, because they're also both very similar to Quatermass. In fact, I think The Abominable Snowman is written by Nigel Neal, who wrote the Quatermass stories. What else? Is that it? Oh, I watched Countess Dracula a while back. That was pretty good. Gothic horror. Had some boobs and blood in it. It's from the early 70s era, where they started to get a little racier to try to stay competitive. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Well, yeah, it's not included. The deleted scenes are just included as an extra. They're not included as a part of the movie. Like, it's not edited back into some ultimate extended director's or mega cut of doom. But what did I think of Doctor Who when they cast a woman as the Doctor? Wow, that's going back a few years. But mind you, I never did do that video I promised on it, did I? I think it was because all the negative rhetoric floating around, I just didn't want to get sucked into that whole mess. A lot of people posted on some of my old videos where I said, like, oh, the Doctor would never be a woman, blah, 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 thinking that I was on their side. It's like, well, I'm a grown-up, and sometimes grown-ups change their minds when they are presented with new information. So, bottom line is, I actually had no problem with it. I thought Jodie Whittaker was great. I liked the sort of shift to a more cinematic production style. I thought it was, pretty good. Stories are a little hit and miss, but I mean, I found that about all of New Who, is most seasons are a little hit and miss. There's good and bad in all of them. So yeah, and I mean, I even didn't mind the whole Timeless Child storyline, and the idea that the Doctor has had more previous lives than we thought. I don't mind that. I like that. I mean, that's just expanding the lore and opening the door for even more stories, So I don't know why fans are so bent out of shape about it. And I mean, it's taken straight from continuity. It was based on the Brain of Morbius scene with all the other Doctors. But, I don't know. I thought it was alright. I guess her finale is coming out this month, isn't it? The Centenary special. Her swan song. I hope it's a good epic finale. And then they've already been filming stuff for the 60th anniversary. So, pretty cool. Got the first... Oh, we don't have the third one? I think I have... Yeah, I got the Blu-ray of Home Alone 1 and 2. It was sent to me recently. I think Frank sent me a whole bunch of Christmas movies. That package was probably from last Christmas, honestly. I was terribly behind on package openings. I haven't seen Morbius yet. One of my viewers is sending it to me. So... Yeah, Home Alone's fun. Christmas Story is absolutely a favorite of mine. I was never a huge fan of Home Alone. I think they're okay. But A Christmas Story, yeah, that's a big part of my childhood right there. I love that movie. Oh, well, I'm guessing, unless you guys got some surprises up your sleeves, we haven't had a single dono today. Had some super chats, but not a single dono That's not going to help us knock out that goal. So, this is your last chance, because I'm going to be knocking off in just a couple minutes here. Sweet Home, Home Alone. Oh dear, I don't even know that one. What's this? The next Mad Max movie being canceled. Are you sure about that? I didn't hear anything about it being canceled. Is this another Warner Discovery merger casualty? My understanding was it was well into pre-production. Like, I swear I just saw some set photos and stuff. Hey, thanks, Bojack. And by the way, BoJack Horseman is legitimately one of the all-time greatest television shows ever. Man, that show just sucked me in. It was hilarious and heartbreaking and just fantastic. What an amazing show. So much more than what I was expecting going in. Like, it legitimately blew me away at how good it was. Christmas Story is coming to 4K. Nice. I think I just got the Blu-ray recently. Of course, yeah. Have you seen Smiling Friends? I have not. I don't recall that one. I just wish they'd put out more than the first 2 seasons of BoJack on Blu-ray. Like, where's the other 4? Hey, another super chat from JL. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. And remember, by the way, you can always super chat on my videos, too. You don't have to wait for me to go live. So if you're watching the Z video and you're like, wow, that was a really good video. That changed my life. I'm going to throw $2 at him for that wonderful experience his video just gave me. You can do that. That's possible. I activated that on all my videos. So if you're watching, if you're watching Thoughts from 2006, you can drop a couple bucks on that. Or if you're watching the latest Toxic Takedown, and just like, wow, that is the best take on, that's the best debunking of that toxic shit take I've ever seen. Here's 50 bucks. Keep up the good work. You can do that. No, well, she's not, because it's a prequel. So it's young Furiosa. It's like the story of how, how she got to the Furiosa we know from Fury Road. So, yeah. But as far as I know, it's still going. Are you? Excellent. And don't forget, there's playlists. I put together a shit ton of playlists for you guys, because I know, what have I got now? Like, but there's also, if you're Patreon sponsors, you get access to my streaming archives. And in the streaming archives, adding all of that content, plus all my public content, I've got over like 8,000 videos on my channel. It's kind of ridiculous. So that's why I sorted everything into playlists, to try to make it easier for you guys to find whatever it was you wanted to watch that day, So it's all there. Really? They just didn't get along, eh? Yeah, I mean, that happens sometimes. You just rub each other the wrong way. Cats and dogs, oil and water, it's just, that's the thing. Well, good. I'm glad somebody makes use of the playlist. Nobody ever tells me, so I don't know. It's like, is anybody even using these? But I'm glad they did. I did, I sorted them by type. So, like, there's a closer looks playlist with all my closer looks. There's an updates one. There's a package openings one. Multimedia Chronicles Retro, of course, with everything sorted into chronological order, so you can see the story of my life as it has been chronicled thus far. All the video game ones, of course. Toxic Takedown has its own playlist. Started that right away. So all those will be together. There's the old HD rants, of course. That has a playlist. So, yeah. Some legendary stories about their on-set fights, like to the point where they needed to be physically separated. Wow. That's crazy. But I guess, they were able to capture that energy on screen, Yeah, the stick cams, yeah, and did all the old live stream archives. So, is that, yeah. Big fan, love your 80s cartoon videos. I followed you since day one. Love to see more talk about all the 80s cartoon shows. Did you see Starzinger, the old anime? It's one of my favorites. Yes, I actually, I've talked about it on my other streams a few times. I used to watch Force 5 back in the early 80s. That was kind of my introduction to anime. The Super Robot stuff and whatnot. Snapchat? You mean... Did you just delete your comment? I'm guessing you meant Stickam. What was I going to say? Yeah, I used to watch Force 5, and Starzinger was a part of that under the Americanized name of Space Cateers. And they also had Star Avengers, which was Getter Robo G. Grandizer, which was Grendizer. Guy King, which was Guy King. And Danguard Ace. And those were the 5. So every day they'd show an episode of one of them. And unfortunately, they didn't do all of them. They just did the first 26 episodes of each of those shows. So very few of them actually had conclusions. Or they picked 26 episodes and tried to end them on a part that was kind of an ending. So I haven't seen much of the original Starzinger. I do have the movie trilogy that Shout Factory put out of it a while back. Unfortunately, it's cropped to 16:9 widescreen, and apparently that's what Toei wanted them to do. So that's the masters they sent them, and it's terrible. But I hate when they do that, because Starzinger is one that I've always wanted to see the rest of. And these movies are kind of the closest we can get to that. So I went on a search for fan subs, and there is a fan sub out there, but it only adapts the first 15 episodes. There's 70-something episodes of Starzinger. But the thing that's interesting about it, and what I didn't find out until years later, is it's actually a sci-fi take on the old Odyssey to the West story, the classic story of Monkey. It's the story of Monkey, but in a sci-fi setting. How cool is that? So, I mean, it just seems to be one of those overlooked gems. I really wish it would get some kind of proper release, Doomcock, yeah, that's awesome. Got a bit angry at the ending of this episode of She-Hulk and felt they attacked him specifically. Yeah. Good. He's one of the worst of the worst, just total rumor mongerer. And deserves to be taken down a peg, honestly. So, yeah, I saw that in one of the videos I watched earlier today. They mentioned that. It's does this kind of remind you of Doomcock? And I didn't make that connection first, and I was just oh my god, holy shit, it is. They totally are calling out Doomcock. That's amazing. That's one thing I've actually enjoyed about She-Hulk, and I know that's one thing that other people have not enjoyed about it, is how it directly calls out the toxic fans and the haters and the misogynists and all of that. The sexists, it singles them out and points the finger at them and basically puts them on blast. And somebody was saying, well, they don't need to do that in our superhero show. It's supposed to be escapism and whatnot. Well, yeah, but at the same time, social commentary has always been a part of Marvel Comics. And it's just, in this case, it's very on the nose social commentary about an aspect of geek culture that honestly deserves to be called out because it's destructive to the fandom, you know, and it's just out and out hateful, and that has no place in polite society, polite, supposedly enlightened society. So, God, you go to the comments on my latest Toxic Takedown, the finale of the Jamil trilogy. I got into it with a guy today about that. And he was actually defending hate speech. I couldn't believe it. He was defending hate speech. And I'm like, saying, "Oh, it's freedom of speech." I'm like, no, that's not what freedom of speech is. Freedom of speech is not the freedom to say hateful things and be racist and be misogynist and be toxic and not be held accountable for it. You know, it's not... freedom of speech is not the right to say whatever the fuck you feel like with no consequences or accountability. That's not what it is. All freedom of speech is... I don't know how this has gotten twisted. People are taking the words literally, I guess. But what freedom of speech actually is, in the constitutional sense, is all it means is you can criticize your own government without fear of being arrested for it, without fear of persecution. You are free to criticize your government. That is it. There is no legislation on the face of the fucking earth that defends hate speech. Period. And that's it. So, yeah. But I mean, I figure, these types of videos are going to attract this type of rhetoric, and that's unfortunately a part of, well, in most developed nations, yeah, in like, you know, civilized society. Yeah, in fascist countries, yes, you can be, well, they don't have freedom of speech. Simple as that. That's kind of the point. They don't have freedom of speech in those other countries. So we have it here, but it's not what these people think it means. It doesn't mean what they think it means. That's the point. So... which is fine. Time to defeat the rhetoric. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's part and parcel going to be a part of this, whether I like it or not. But the trick is to deal with it and try to keep it focused on what the discussion is, and not devolve into an argument about politics or something. You know, I mean, it is kind of skirting the line a little bit into political territory, but I'm not going to be diving too deep into that. So what's funny too is that Max has a Doomcock-like mask as well. Oh, really? He thinks that he wanted to both protect his anonymity as well as take the piss out of old Doomboy. Does he really? Okay, I'm definitely going to have to watch some of his stuff. I might watch it with I'm going to be grabbing my dinner in a little bit here. I might fire up one of his videos with that and check it out. It was nice that he stopped by today. It was good to touch base with him. Rallying the troops, you know, fighting the good fight. So, oh, is he? Oh, I might pop in on that then, and check it out. How many sock puppet accounts do you have, Haji? Jesus, what are you doing? Which one is your troll account? Which one do I need to block? Yeah, Mighty Max. Oh my God, Mighty Max was so good. Yeah, that was a good one. You can find it on YouTube. Apparently, there's several boutique labels have asked the rights holders if they could do a DVD release, and they basically said no, simply on the grounds that they're just not interested. You don't want to make some money? You literally don't have to do anything. Just sign the rights over to a boutique label, and they'll send a kickback your way. You know, it's easy money. Why would you just not be interested in that? You know? I don't know. It's so unfortunate because that was such a good show. Mighty Max's film, oh, like you're thinking they could do a Blu-ray? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they could. I'm sure they could. It would be nice if it was at least on a streaming service or something, you know, so we could see it in better quality. I mean, right now the only versions out there are VHS rips, which are fine, but they're like low fidelity mono sound. It was a stereo show, which, as I recall, had pretty impressive audio. You know what? I do actually have a few episodes of that on VHS. I should really copy those over, transfer them. I have most of the first season, I think. Actually, I thought I did I did transfer them over a while ago. Oh, but I put them on VCD, so they're like not great. Anyway, I'm gonna head off, guys. Thanks for joining me. This was a good chat session. Always good to touch base with you guys, because I know a lot of you don't come to the Twitch side, so that's why I'm trying to do some more streams here as well, to kind of touch base with both sides of the viewership and see how everybody's doing, see how everybody's liking the new content, and what they hope to see down the line and stuff like that. Anybody wondering about Halloween this year? I have no fucking clue at this point, honestly. At this stage, I'm just trying to get back in the swing of doing regular videos again. So I don't know what we're doing for Halloween this year. It might just be Halloween Day. Like the 31st, we'll do a bunch of stuff. Just pile it all into that day. I don't know. I'm just playing it by ear right now. Right now, the big focus is Toxic Takedown, just trying to get that series up and running and all fired up and on track and stuff like that, and the new batch of Closer Looks, and then outside of that, just the regular assortment of video game clips and shorts, which I hope you all enjoy. There's some funny stuff in there, even if you don't like the games particularly. Watch it for me, because I'm in them. And I say and do funny things sometimes. Anyway, have yourselves a great night, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Let's go out on a song here. What do we want to go out on? Let's go out on another Zaranizarak original. Okay, this is Time Out from Remodulized, which sadly is no longer available on Amazon because CreateSpace got rid of their CD program. But if you subscribe to my Patreon at the $5 level or above, you can get a high-quality MP3 and FLAC version with all the original CD artwork, so you can make your own damn CD. Alright, catch you later, everybody. Thanks for stopping by, and I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.